It's truly amazing the number of conditions that respond favorably to cannabis.
We're looking at an unexcelled wonder plant, herbal medicine that has no comparison.
It would appear that cannabis and hemp are one of the first plants that have been grown in agriculture. We came out of being hunters and gatherers about 10,000 years ago, and so that's at least the length of time that cannabis has been cultivated. Cannabis has long been known as a medicinal plant, as a medicinal product. The latest studies, or the latest findings, are a tomb in China in which the contents of the medicine bag of a medicine man were discovered, and one of the things that it contained was cannabis. The tomb was carbon dated as almost 5,000 years old. The conventional wisdom, which goes to the oral history of China, is that the Emperor Shan wrote the first Chinese Materia Medica, and that it contained cannabis. He is alleged to have written it in 2637 BC, which would be almost 5,000 years ago. The oldest known copy of that goes back to somewhere between 100 BC and 100 AD. The oldest actual written record of the use of cannabis as a medicine is found in the writings of the Indian, as in India, Ayurvedic medicine, in which that a piece of history is dated at somewhere between 1100 and 1700 BC. Cannabis is found in every major materia medica that has ever been written. That includes the Ebers Papyrus from Egypt. It includes the writing of Dioscorides, who was Nero's doctor. And his materia medica was used for over 1,000 years. And it was included in the United States Pharmacopoeia from 1854 until 1941.
Marijuana has been a medicine for a lot longer than it hasn't been a medicine. Evidence suggests that it was used in northern China for either shamanistic purposes, religion, or healing. And the culture of cannabis as medicine moved across the world. India was very big in the use of marijuana, and it was from India that W.B. O'Shaughnessy, who worked for the British East Indies Company, picked up cannabis and brought it to the United Kingdom, where apparently it was Queen Victoria's favorite treatment for her menstrual cramps. Ultimately, it came to the U.S., and in the early part of the 20th century, most of the major drug companies in this country were actually producing cannabis medicines.
Up until the beginning of the 20th century, cannabis was probably the second or third most commonly used medicine in the world. Cannabis was found in patent medicines that were manufactured by such familiar names as Eli Lilly, Squibb, Merck, Parke-Davis, Smith Brothers, the Smith Brothers cough drops. And it was available powdered, chopped, whole, and as tinctures.
It was only in 1937 when Congress enacted the Marijuana Tax Act that imposed a levy of $1 an ounce for the use of medical marijuana that was the beginning of the end for marijuana as a medicine in the United States. It was in 1942 that it was totally removed from the U.S. Pharmacopoeia, or the formulary, but up until 1942, physicians could still write prescriptions for cannabis. So, marijuana hasn't been a medicine for 68 years in this country, but it has been a medicine in the world for 3,000 years.
There was the misconception that use of marijuana led to debauchery and physical violence, and for that reason, I guess the investigator, I guess we were probably more conservative than we are now. That's hard to believe. So it was considered the way alcohol was considered back in the time of Prohibition. And so it was prohibited, all uses of marijuana, because it had been used medicinally as well as for recreationally. So all uses were declared illegal, and marijuana then was given the status of a Schedule I substance, which means a substance without any recognized, any demonstrable therapeutic effects, as opposed to cocaine, which was also declared illegal for recreational use, but it still had medicinal properties as a local anesthetic, for which it is used today, to this day. And that's Schedule II.
When the Marijuana Tax Act was passed in 1937, immediately Fiorello LaGuardia, who was the mayor of New York, established an august body of scientists to investigate whether the claims that marijuana use was going to increase mental illness and crime in the United States were valid. And the LaGuardia Commission report was issued in 1942, and they concluded that marijuana was a good medicine, and that the claims that its use would increase crime and mental illness were unsubstantiated.
Prohibition cannot be enforced for the simple reason that the majority of American people do not want it enforced and are resisting its enforcement. That being so, the orderly thing to do under our form of government is to abolish a law which cannot be enforced, a law which the people of the country do not want enforced.
That sentiment was repeated in 1972 when the Nixon Marijuana Commission wrote their report. This was in the face of the admonition by President Nixon that they not recommend the legalization of cannabis for recreational use.
Oh, there is a commission that is supposed to make recommendations to me about this subject.
The recommendation of the commission in its first report is that we do not feel that private use or private possession in one's own home should have the stigma of criminalization, that people who experiment should not be criminalized for that particular behavior.
Every 10 years or so, our government has sponsored another look into marijuana as medicine. The last one actually now being 1999, when the Institute of Medicine did it. And every 10 years, these august bodies come up with the same conclusion, that there's medicinal value to marijuana, and its adverse effects and addictive potential and gateway drugness are overstated. And for some reason, every 10 years, these reports go, I don't know if they're ignored, but they certainly don't seem to change policy.
In 1974, a fellow with glaucoma who was going blind named Robert Randall was arrested for possession of marijuana. He had found that using the marijuana had diminished the symptoms that he was having, and it was later found by both Johns Hopkins and the Jules Stein Eye Institute at UCLA that this was the only thing that would preserve his eyesight. And the federal government then agreed to provide Mr. Randall with marijuana for medical purposes. He had made an agreement, or the government thought he had made an agreement, not to tell anybody about this. Well, as soon as it happened, he told as many people as he could, and began to spread the word, and people began to apply for this program, which was called the IND program. At one time, there were as many as 15 Americans who were receiving 300 hand-rolled marijuana cigarettes a month from the federal government. And there were another 35 people who were approved for the program. In 1989, the first Bush administration decided that they needed to review this. They were concerned that too many people were applying for the program, and if too many people got on it, the public might get the, quote, wrong idea that marijuana actually had some medical value, which of course it actually does have some medical value. Just prior to that time, in 1988, the chief administrative law judge of the Food and Drug Administration issued a ruling recommending that marijuana be rescheduled from Schedule 1 to Schedule 2. In his ruling, he found that marijuana was one of the safest therapeutic agents known to man, and he stated that it was safer than eating 10 potatoes. So I've always been very careful about the number of potatoes I've eaten since then.
Marijuana was widely used in the 19th century for the treatment of asthma. And in the 1970s, we found that marijuana has a bronchodilator effect. It's because of the THC in marijuana. First of all, let's compare and contrast marijuana with the other, even more widely smoked substance in our society, tobacco. The tobacco was used more widely than any other smoked substance, and marijuana is second only to tobacco.
Lucy.
Yes, dear.
Give me a cigarette, will you, honey?
Don't say cigarettes, say Philip Morris.
Oh? Is there any other kind?
Not for you, there isn't. Nothing but the best for Mr. Ricardo.
Thank you. Lucy, you're so good to me.
You see how easy it is to keep a man happy? Why not give your husband a carton of Philip Morris cigarettes?
Smart move. He'll love them for their mildness, their smoothness, and their wonderful good taste. And he'll love you, too, for thinking of him.
That's right. Good night, everybody. And don't forget, call for Philip Morris. Call for Philip.
We know that if you analyze the contents of tobacco and marijuana, they're quite similar. The major difference is that tobacco contains nicotine, not found in marijuana, and marijuana contains THC and about 60 other THC-like substances called cannabinoids, not found in tobacco. But there are a lot of other particulates that are shared in common, and these include carcinogens, such as benzpyrene, the most potent of the carcinogens and considered to be responsible for a large percentage of human cancers. Benzpyrene is found in 50% higher concentration in marijuana smoke than in the smoke from a comparable quantity of tobacco. And this has been shown by 3 separate groups of chemical investigators. So the expectation is that if you smoke marijuana enough and on a regular basis, that you would incur similar risks to smoking tobacco. So what are the major health risks for tobacco? Emphysema, which I prefer to call chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. It's the new term. It consists of chronic bronchitis and emphysema. But you could have significant impairment in lung function without emphysema. It could just be due to airways disease, what we call small airways disease. But because we can't separate out the two components of COPD, emphysema, and the airways component, we lumped them together. So that's COPD. So now COPD is the 4th leading cause of death in the U.S. and in the world, and will become the 3rd leading cause in 2020. So it's a very important disease. About 120,000 Americans die each year from COPD. Probably the best evidence for separating out, the best method for separating out a COPD patient from someone else is to look at the rate of decline in lung function. I shouldn't say the best. It's probably the most informative. But it's more difficult to do because you have to make measurements every year for a number of years. And so you get a slope of the rate of loss of lung function over time. We did that. We actually measured lung function every year in our marijuana smokers up to 8 years. And we found that the slope of the decline in lung function was almost identical in the marijuana-only smokers compared to the non-smokers, where it was accelerated in the tobacco smokers. So just one other piece of evidence that marijuana is not a risk factor for the development of COPD. I think I'm convinced of that. And the other major health consequence, pulmonary health consequence of tobacco, is lung cancer. Cancer is the 2nd most common cause of death in the U.S., and lung cancer is the most common form of cancer. And the major risk factor for lung cancer is tobacco smoking. About 160,000 Americans die each year of lung cancer. So the question that came to my mind and that of my colleagues was whether or not there was any evidence that marijuana would at least qualitatively share some of these health risks with those of tobacco. And that was the rationale for initiating our studies back in the 1980s. What is the evidence that marijuana smoking, habitual marijuana smoking, can lead to lung cancer? With respect to the development of lung cancer, we found no evidence of any increased risk of lung cancer occurrence in association with marijuana smoking alone. The marijuana smokers, if anything, had a reduced risk for developing lung cancer. Not a significantly reduced risk, but reduced less than one-fold, so that means reduced. Whereas the tobacco smokers had a markedly increased risk. If those who smoke more than 2 packs a day had a 20-fold increase in the risk. That's 2,000%. Those who smoke from 1 to 2 packs a day had an 8-fold risk. It's 800%. So that contrasts with no risk, no increased risk, or a slightly reduced risk with the marijuana smokers. THC actually has an anti-tumoral effect. And these are studies that were done both in experimental animals and in cell culture systems, and for different kinds of cancer. For lung cancer, breast cancer, thyroid cancer, prostate cancer, gliomas, brain cancer, that the development and growth, or the growth actually of the tumor is suppressed by THC, and metastases are also suppressed. So how can that be? Well, THC impairs protein synthesis, and it's what we call anti-mitogenic or anti-proliferative. You need, so tumor cells don't as readily proliferate in the presence of THC. They're also anti-angiogenic, so they interfere with the growth and development of new blood vessels that are necessary for metastatic spread. And they also are pro-apoptotic. What is apoptosis? Apoptosis is programmed cell death. So when cells age, there is a mechanism whereby the cells die. It's a non-necrotic death to die off the old cells, and we get rid of them before they have an opportunity to develop mutations that would lead to cancer. So enhancing apoptosis diminishes the risk of the cells becoming cancerous. So marijuana turns out, THC rather, turns out to be pro-apoptotic. So those appear to be the mechanisms that might account for these anti-tumoral effects of THC. We decided to do our own case-control study. Funding from the National Institute on Drug Abuse, which is a major funding agency for marijuana-related research. This was the largest study ever conducted on this subject. It was very well designed. We used the Los Angeles Tumor Registry to identify, rapidly ascertain all the cases of lung cancer and head and neck cancer that were diagnosed in the LA County system. And of course, by the time we got to some of them, they'd already died or were too sick, but we got to it over 60% of them who agreed to participate and were able to participate. And we administered this questionnaire, and then we matched them to controls, the same age, socioeconomic status, that lived in the same neighborhood, using an algorithm that USC developed for this purpose, so that we could match, we're comparing apples with apples. And then we administered this detailed questionnaire, the food frequency questions, occupational history, all kinds of things. We also did molecular, we got a buccal smear so we could look at the DNA, we look at the genetics of lung cancer. So what we did was to recruit smokers, heavy smokers of marijuana, at least a joint a day for a week, and it ended up that the average smoker of marijuana whom we recruited smoked 3 joints a day for about 15 years. And we also required that they smoke that much for 5 years. But on the average, they smoked 3 joints for 15 years. So that's about 45 to 50 joint years. A joint year is the number of joints smoked times the number of years smoked. Over the study population was, I think, between 35 and 59. I think 35 was a younger age group. Of course, we thought that they had to be teenagers in their early 20s at the time of at least in the marijuana epidemic, which was in the mid-60s. So prior to that time, very few people used marijuana, but after that time, it just mushroomed up to 1979, which represented actually the apex, the acme of use of marijuana in our society. So that's why we chose those age limits. And so what did we find? For any category of cannabis use, including heavy use we define as more than 10 joint years, but we looked at 20 joint years and 30 joint years. For every category of marijuana use, the ratio was less than 1, meaning reduced risk. It wasn't significantly reduced, but it was reduced. And the confidence intervals were not that wide, around the point estimate. So there was no evidence, and we controlled for all the known or putative factors, for socioeconomic status, concomitant, tobacco smoking, alcohol, etc. At the same time, when we did a similar analysis for the tobacco smokers, there was a huge effect of tobacco.
Gee, we ought to do something, Fred. Okay? How's about taking a nap? Hey, I got a better idea. Let's take a Winston break.
That's it! Winston is the one filter cigarette that delivers flavor 20 times a pack. Winston's got that filter blend.
Yeah, Fred. Filter blend makes the big taste difference, and only Winston has it up front where it counts. Here, ahead of the pure white filter. Winston packs rich tobaccos specially selected and specially processed for good flavor in filter smoking.
Yeah, Barney, Winston tastes good, like a cigarette should.
So I'm a cancer doctor, and every day I see patients with cancer who have nausea from their chemotherapy or their cancer, loss of appetite, pain, depression, insomnia. And my experience over the past 30 years of being an oncologist is that there's one medicine that I could recommend to patients that can take care of all of those problems. Instead of writing 5 different prescription drugs, all of which have side effects and addictive potential, I can tell my cancer patients to try marijuana to take care of any combination of those symptoms. The first study that I really wanted to do was in patients with the so-called AIDS wasting syndrome, which was something we saw before the availability of active antiretroviral drugs, and patients with HIV infection just wasted away. They lost weight, they got diarrhea and fevers, and dronabinol, delta-9 THC, became available to help those patients increase their appetite. When we prescribed those patients dronabinol in the early 90s, they said, this is okay, but I really prefer to smoke real cannabis, because when you take cannabis by mouth, either as delta-9 THC or eating, in fact, baked products, the absorption is very slow and variable, so it takes about 2.5 hours for a peak to be reached, and the peak level in the blood is quite low, and then it stays in the body for quite a long time as well. Also, when taken by mouth, the delta-9 THC becomes converted by the liver to another psychoactive metabolite. So people that take dronabinol or eat cannabis baked products often get more zonk than people who smoke, because when you smoke, you don't get that second metabolite. Also, when you smoke, you get a very rapid peak in the blood in 2.5 minutes, as opposed to 2.5 hours. So people can really control the onset of the activity and how long it lasts better if they're smoking rather than swallowing either a pill or eating a baked product. So our first study that we hoped to do in the early 90s was to show that smoked cannabis was better than dronabinol in increasing appetite in patients with the AIDS wasting syndrome. I tried twice to get cannabis from the government because they're the only legal source of marijuana for clinical trials. And both times I failed. I then went to Alan Leshner, who at the time was the head of the National Institute on Drug Abuse, and he explained to me, in fact, that the government, NIDA, the National Institute on Drug Abuse, has a congressional mandate only to study substances of abuse as substances of abuse. So my request to have marijuana to study it as a potential therapeutic agent could never be granted by the government because, again, Congress says you can only study these substances as substances of abuse and not as treatments for disease. So in 1996, the terrain changed when we got HIV drugs that actually worked and we didn't see the wasting syndrome anymore. But these drugs were broken down by the liver by the same pathway that metabolizes some illicit substances. And there was a report in the literature of a patient dying from an ecstasy overdose who was on one of the AIDS antiviral drugs who took ecstasy at the same time. So I said, a little light bulb went off. I said, maybe I should study to see if it's safe for patients on the AIDS antiretroviral drugs to smoke cannabis. And so I submitted that grant to the government, and that worked within their schema because I was looking to see if it was harmful. And with that application, I finally succeeded and got $1 million and 1,400 government cigarettes to study in patients with HIV. Now, these patients didn't have the wasting syndrome anymore, but the endpoint of our study was, is there a change in the amount of AIDS virus in the bloodstream after 21 days of exposure to either 3 government cigarettes a day or 3 dronabinol capsules or 3 placebo capsules? And so we looked at the change in the HIV virus, and it didn't change at all. We also looked at the interaction between the cannabinoids, either smoked or oral, and the amount of AIDS drug in the bloodstream, and that didn't change clinically significantly either. We also knew that people were concerned that marijuana might have an impact on the immune system that could be negative, and we looked at that very carefully in these HIV patients, and we found no evidence of any negative effect, and perhaps some evidence of benefit in the immune system in patients smoking even more than taking the capsules. In my opinion, the whole plant is the medicine that nature provided, and it's the best medicine.
It's truly amazing the number of conditions that respond favorably to cannabis. The number one condition is pain. Cannabis is useful in relieving people's pain. It's particularly effective in relieving pain from connective tissue disorders, from arthritis, from fibromyalgia, from systemic lupus, from reflex sympathetic dystrophy, a whole host of conditions that we don't really understand very well. People seem to get good relief from cannabis. People are able to decrease the amount of opiates that they're taking, and in some instances to stop taking opiates entirely for pain control. The first modern research that was done on cannabis was done in 1949 that demonstrated its usefulness in treating epilepsy. I have a number of people who don't have epilepsy when they use cannabis regularly. The founder of modern medicine is a physician named Sir William Osler, who was prominent around the turn of the 19th to the 20th century. He wrote the first textbook of internal medicine, and in that textbook he said that cannabis was the most effective medication for the treatment of migraine headaches. And I certainly have a number of people with migraines who get substantial relief or even prevention of their migraines by consumption of cannabis. Other conditions that commonly respond favorably to marijuana include depression. It helps people with sleep, it helps their appetite. It's also very good in treating GI symptoms, nausea, diarrhea. It's excellent for treating Crohn's disease. We did a little study of people with Crohn's disease and found that many of them were able to stop using steroids and stop using other medications that they had taken for their Crohn's, that they had less diarrhea, they had less abdominal pain. It was a true miracle for them. There's a list here of conditions that was originally developed by Dr. Todd McArea, who was a pioneer in terms of medical marijuana. He actually worked for the National Institute of Mental Health, and his job was to give out grants for doing studies on cannabis. He thought he was there to find out how cannabis was useful to treat medical conditions. NIMH thought he was there to hand out grants to see how dangerous it was. This was a marriage made in hell, and he did not stay with the National Institute of Mental Health for very long. Cannabis is seen as a neuroprotective agent, and we have found that it has provided benefits for people with multiple sclerosis. It certainly treats their neuropathic pain and their muscle spasm, but more importantly, people who were placed on Sativex, the tincture of cannabis, in early studies in Great Britain have remained on it for years and years, and rather than progress, their multiple sclerosis has stayed the same, suggesting that cannabis may not only be effective in reducing the symptoms, but also in slowing the progression of disease. It's helpful in dealing with the anxiety of people that have Alzheimer's disease. It's helpful in dealing with the muscle spasms that are associated with Parkinson's disease. When it comes to psychological illnesses, cannabis is useful in not only treating depression, which I already mentioned, but also bipolar disorder, which is depression and mania. It's useful in treating attention deficit disorder, post-traumatic stress disorder. There was a study done at the Max Planck Institute in Germany a few years back that demonstrated it was useful in reducing fearful memories, so that might suggest why it is useful in alleviating PTSD. This is extremely important at this time when we have so many people who are serving multiple tours in Iraq and Afghanistan. The Pentagon has projected that at least a third of these people, and I think that that is a very conservative estimate, will come back with the symptoms of PTSD. As a matter of fact, in regards to PTSD, both the Israeli government and the Croatian government have given their troops cannabis for treatment of PTSD. The list just goes on and on. Many conditions cause pain, serious conditions. Ankylosing spondylitis, which can actually turn you over, make you bend over in a crippled position. People who have failed back surgery, people who have herniated discs, people who have chronic dislocated shoulders. All of these people get relief from cannabis, and they find that the cannabis provides that relief with fewer side effects than the opiates do. Another thing that is sort of counterintuitive where cannabis is useful is in the treatment of asthma. You may have seen the ads for Advair that say it's both a bronchodilator and an anti-inflammatory. Well, so too is cannabis. This is why there were numerous marijuana cigarettes on the market in the 1920s for the treatment of asthma, specifically for the treatment of asthma. So, as I pointed out by holding up this list, the list of conditions for which cannabis is useful is extremely lengthy. That's a quick overview of some of the conditions that cannabis is useful in treating. Most people tend to take cannabis at least in the evening. Some people take it more often than that. And the reason is that many of these conditions interfere with sleep, and then there are some people who just have sleep problems, have insomnia difficulty, and cannabis is very useful in assisting people in going to sleep. Now, if they have difficulty staying asleep, in addition to smoking or vaporizing or using it sublingually, they should also use it as an edible or drink it, because it will kick in 45 minutes into their sleep and it will be effective for about 5 to 6 hours. There are a number of different ways of administering cannabis, of getting it into the body. Smoking and vaporizing cause the chemicals to get into the body upstream of the liver. So you have unmetabolized cannabinoids that are going to the brain. Now, this doesn't mean that when the cannabinoids go through the liver that they are inactivated, but it means that they're different. 85% of the cannabinoid is metabolized on its first pass through the liver. The other thing is that when it goes to the brain immediately by the respiratory route of administration, the effect will be in 15 to 30 seconds. Whereas if we wait for it to go through the GI tract and through the liver, it will take 45 minutes before it's effective. Now, each one of those routes of administration is going to give you a slightly different mix of chemicals, because when you smoke it, you are oxygenating the cannabinoids and the other chemicals that are in there. So while you may be vaporizing the cannabinoids that are immediately behind where the flame is, you're also burning the cannabinoids that are right at the junction there. So that smoked marijuana is not identical to vaporized marijuana. With the vaporized marijuana, all of the volatile oils will be volatilized by the time you get to 340 degrees centigrade. And you will have removed or be exposed to about 70% fewer irritants than when you smoke it. It also has a somewhat different odor. It doesn't have the characteristic classic burnt rope odor, but it has more of a nutty odor. Now, when you eat marijuana, you're going to have metabolized 85% of the cannabinoids. People who eat it talk about having a body high as opposed to a mind high, and that is because you're being exposed to a different combination of cannabinoids. Now, some people have found that an under-the-tongue spray, which is what Sativex is an alcohol extract of the whole plant, which combines extracts from two plants, one that's high in THC for its therapeutic value, and the other that's high in CBD to keep down the euphoria, its anti-euphoria effect. And when you spray it under the tongue, it will be effective in about 15 minutes, but it will go to the brain first before going through the liver. On the other hand, there are many people in Canada where Sativex is legal that find that they still prefer cannabis to Sativex. Now, Sativex is prescribed in Canada, and it appears as though the British government and or the Spanish government may also approve Sativex in the near future for sale as a pharmaceutical in their country. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration found that Sativex, basically liquid marijuana, was safe enough to be tested on Americans, and they approved a phase 3 clinical study. Phase 3 just means with human beings, in December of 2005 to determine whether or not this under-the-tongue tincture spray was useful in relieving intractable pain in people with cancer. This study did not get started until 2007 and is still ongoing. There have been numerous studies with cannabis and tincture cannabis and pain that have shown that it is useful in relieving pain. Now, we've talked about under the tongue, we've talked about smoking, we've talked about vaporization. There's also the synthetic delta-9 THC can be taken orally, just like edibles can be taken. And the main problem with edibles is that it's hard to tell whether you're going to get a dose that is going to just deal with the therapeutic needs that you have, whether it's going to give you euphoria or whether it's going to give you dysphoria. And you need to have a regular supply so that you can be fairly certain that you're going to take an amount that will be the therapeutic dose and not an amount that will give you dysphoria as a side effect. Lastly, the curanderos, who are lay healers in southern Mexico and Central America, have used tincture of cannabis as part of their therapeutic armamentarium for at least 200 years. The topical application of tincture of cannabis is useful, particularly on the small joints, the fingers and toes, in dealing with pain associated with arthritis. And the reason for this is that cannabis is both an analgesic, a painkiller, and an anti-inflammatory. And we know this not only from the anecdotal evidence that we have, but also from thousands of studies that have been done around the world mainly with animals and sometimes in tissue culture. The International Cannabinoid Research Society has been around for about 20 years, and they have conferences each year that last for 3 days in which researchers from all over the world talk about the results that they have gotten doing basic science studies. With any drug that a doctor is considering recommending or prescribing, they need to balance off the therapeutic effects with the side effects. When you talk about the treatment of pain, for many people, the opiates are very effective painkillers. But for some people, the opiates cause confusion. They make it difficult for them to concentrate, difficult for them to drive. They don't enjoy playing with their kids or their grandkids. It causes them constipation. With cannabis, for many of those people, they find that it certainly does not give them constipation and does not cause them confusion, provides them with sufficient relief from their pain that they can go about their activities of daily living, they can drive their car without interference, and more importantly, they can have fun. They can play with their children, they can play with their grandchildren. So I wouldn't necessarily say that across the board cannabis is to be used instead of opiates, but I would say that for many people it can be used instead of opiates, and for others it can be used in conjunction with opiates, and they can use a lower dose of the opiates and hopefully have fewer side effects. Now, any therapeutic agent that we know of has some side effects, and marijuana is no exception. The main side effect to the use of marijuana is from smoking it, and that's cough. So that can be completely avoided by eating it or drinking it, and it can be largely avoided by vaporizing. One of the things that's talked about a lot is that you can have a panic reaction, and that is certainly possible. It most commonly occurs in people who are novice users, particularly if they've been exposed to a plant that is very high in THC. Another thing that people sometimes have is paranoid thinking that the police are after them. I've noticed that this is not nearly as common since it's become legal, because the police aren't after them. And so it may not be paranoia that people were experiencing, but an exaggerated perception of reality. And one of the things that we've lost as a result of the propaganda and misinformation that has been spread about cannabis is the fact that it has legitimate therapeutic value, and we have discouraged research. We have dramatically discouraged research in this country, and numerous other countries, including England, Israel, Spain, and Germany, are far ahead of us in terms of the quantity of research that they're doing on the medicinal value of cannabis. And this is particularly alarming in these economic times, when we certainly could use the economic stimulus, the economic boost that would come from having pharmaceutical cannabis available in this country as it is now in Canada, and as it possibly soon will be in England and Spain. Jefferson said that this country would be in dire straits if we had laws that interfered with what we put into our own bodies. Are we not in control of our own bodies?
Marijuana is a medicine that patients themselves can grow. For people with cancer who may be thinking about the end of their life, to be able to grow a plant and work in the garden and produce their own medicine is very empowering and something that, I think does the patient a lot of good.
Marijuana is illegal, and the government doesn't sponsor this kind of research. Now, in view of the fact that large numbers of people are using marijuana medicinally, I think it's a shame that there is no investment in this kind of research.
I think there's a very bright future for medical cannabis in this country. I grew up around drugs, but to me, drugs are a good thing. I walked into a building or went into a building every day almost of my first 18 years that had a 13-foot tall sign that said drugs. My father was a pharmacist, and we sold medication. And as far as I'm concerned, medication is helpful for people. I don't think that medication has a personality. It sits on the shelf until you prescribe it for somebody. It has beneficial uses and has side effects, and it should only be used when necessary.
Marijuana has been an enemy of the state since the first federal law was enacted against it in 1937. Since that time, 20 million Americans have been arrested, convicted, and incarcerated for using the most popular drug in the world.
Your Honor, in this case, the state waives trial of the defendant, Ralph Wiley. It is convinced that he is hopelessly and incurably insane, a condition caused by the drug marijuana to which he was addicted.
The law is only one deterrent, and not that effective. The government relied on something else: education films.
This harmless-looking cigarette is cloaked in many innocent disguises. But light the match, inhale the smoke, and it becomes an invitation to your own murder.
They had to now control something that was growing all over the United States as a weed. So they relied mostly on words because they didn't have many other resources to devote to it. I think a lot of people have seen Reefer Madness.
I know you like it, really you will. Just take a puff.
Though marijuana is now a household name, there was a time when it was an obscure drug, used only by the fringes of society. That, some argue, is the reason why it was criminalized.
Drugs are illegal because they do cause problems. The ones that are illicit drugs, health problems, crime-related problems, violence-related problems, but it's also true that none of the drugs currently illegal became illegal before they were most closely associated with what were commonly regarded as deviant groups.
One of the girls was telling me about a new cigarette that peps you up.
Oh, you mean reefers?
Yes, that's the name of them.
Would you like to try one?
Sure, why not? I'm supposed to be on the loose.
Okay.
Marijuana's trip from a weed to America's archenemy in a $400 billion drug war begins with its chemistry. Smoking pot draws the active ingredient delta-9-tetrahydrocannabinol, or THC, into the lungs and onto the brain. There, it suppresses the neurons, causing a distortion of perception and time, a lack of coordination, and sometimes uncontrollable hilarity. Within 4 seconds of the first drag, muscles relax, eyes redden, pulse rate quickens, euphoria, heightened sensitivity, or paranoid feelings arise in the user, an experience that dates back to the dawn of time.
Herodotus records some of the earliest uses of cannabis by the Scythians. And what they did was they would build a big bonfire in the middle of the camp, and they would heap a bunch of marijuana on top of it, and then they would throw a tent over it, and they would all go under the tent and breathe the smoke. And that way they consumed it.
Next to opium, marijuana is one of the planet's oldest medicines. Ancient Chinese herbalists applied it to stomach pain, menstrual cramps, malaria, and consumption. According to Indian mythology, Shiva, the Hindu goddess of creation and destruction, endowed man with the plant for a joyful pastime. An apt legacy for the drug of the generation that preached free love, challenged authority, and was out to change the world. Cannabis grows anywhere but the Arctic Circle. The earliest record of its use begins in ancient China and India. From the east, cannabis migrated to the rest of the world. Arab traders brought it from the Ganges Valley to North Africa and Spain. From Spain, the conquistadors carried it to the Americas. it was a prized source of fiber for rope and canvas, essential ingredients for ships. In fact, the word canvas comes from the Latin cannabis. But it was another conqueror who introduced the plant to Europe. 1804, Napoleon Bonaparte triumphs in Egypt. During the conquest, his army is introduced to an intoxicant unseen in Europe. Unlike in France, where intoxicants are drunk, this one is smoked. The soldiers fancy cannabis over brandy because it doesn't cause hangovers and carry it back to France as a spoil of war. In Paris, it finds favor with the bohemian set, with artists, authors, students, and prostitutes. The poet Baudelaire writes under its spell.
One must be forever drunken if you would not feel the horrible burden of time that bruises your shoulders and bends you to the earth. You must be drunken without cease, with wine, with poetry, with what you please. Be drunken without end.
From Paris, it travels to London as a smoking substance and an extract in medicine. Ladies of high society eat hashish confections to lower fevers, ease stomach pains, or any ache at all. Even a queen finds a use for the drug.
Queen Victoria used it for menstrual cramps. It was used for insomnia, especially for tuberculosis patients who had lost their appetites. It was also used recreationally.
The drug's next stop is New York, where cannabis and hashish become one of the many ingredients in America's unregulated patent medicine industry. The writer Fritz Hugh Ludlow uses it as a recreational intoxicant after first taking it for a toothache. With continued use, Ludlow becomes addicted. He writes about his experience in Diary of a Hashish Eater in 1857.
When I shut my eyes, I dwelt in a delicious land of dreams. On the wings of a speechless music, I floated through the air, and in the cloud valleys, played hide and seek with meteors.
Sometimes these accounts magnified and glamorized the drug experience and encouraged many people to follow suit. Interestingly enough, Fitzhugh Ludlow became one of the most ardent and earliest supporters of drug regulation through law in the 19th century, writing quite a few stories for Harper's and for various popular magazines on drug addiction in the United States, trying to bring awareness to it.
Congratulations! Now you'll start living!
My head is so light it feels like it's floating!
That's because your troubles are all gone. Try another puff.
In the 19th century, marijuana was far from the recreational drug of a future time. By and large, its only use comes from patent medicines. Americans know little of smoking it as an intoxicant, a custom widespread in the East. That is until Abdul Hamid II, Sultan of Turkey, makes a very special birthday gift to the American people. 1876, a World's Exposition is held in Philadelphia to celebrate the 100th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. On display are the wonders of the modern world, among them the telephone and the personal printing press, otherwise known as the typewriter. The industrial age has arrived. At the Turkish pavilion, the Sultan Abdul Hamid II makes a gift of a rare and exotic treat. The crowd is introduced to smoking marijuana in what may have been the first pot party in the United States, and perhaps the biggest until Woodstock 93 years later. The Sultan's gift ignites a wave of Yankee ingenuity. Seeing dollar signs in another idle pleasure, entrepreneurs open Turkish smoking parlors in the north.
Sometimes people would go to these places in great secrecy, sort of as a lark, and there'd be society matrons as well as prominent businessmen, and they would either smoke hashish or eat hashish-laced confections.
At a time when the temperance movement is trying to ban alcohol and close saloons, smoking parlors could have been the alternative way to get high. But the parlors close. Liquor, not cannabis, continues to be the country's drug of choice until a constitutional amendment bans booze and America rediscovers marijuana. New Orleans, 1920. America's second largest port is America's #1 party city. In this brawling place, where blacks, French, Cajun, Spanish, American, Europeans, and Chinese live, work, and play, a new music emerges out of the constant clash and commotion of culture. The music is jazz. Marijuana and jazz go together like a melody and lyrics. Where jazz goes, reefers follow. But there's another reason for its widespread use. In 1920, it is the only legal drug in town. Even here, where everything the flesh desires can be had, prohibition keeps the flow of liquor out of sight. The choice of a new intoxicant becomes the perfectly legal weed, shipped in from the Caribbean, Mexico, and South America, and sold like cigarettes in jazz clubs, markets, and pharmacies. it is cheap and popular. But even in paradise, there's trouble. New Orleans is in the midst of a crime wave. Murder dominates the headlines and attracts William Randolph Hearst's attention, eager for a sensational story to sell.
New Orleans was a sort of a source, the beginning of concern about marijuana. They saw it as linked to crime, violent crime, or even predatory crime. Also, sometimes it seemed to be related to murders, to rape, and so on.
Hearst coins the phrase marijuana menace and prints lurid tales about the drug's capacity to cause rape, murder, and mayhem. Just as reports of cocaine-crazed Negroes a decade ago had stirred lawmakers to ban cocaine, headlines and stories of the marijuana menace were affecting cannabis the same way.
Society worries about its members who are not in control of their mind. So in order to prevent chaos in society, limit the use of the product or the thing that's inducing those kinds of effects.
State lawmakers were quick to ban a drug that they identified with black violence. In 1924, Louisiana joins 14 other states, banning the distribution of marijuana for non-medical purposes.
And it gets back to the scapegoat. So you can scapegoat different racial groups, you can scapegoat the lower classes, you can use the drug to do the scapegoating for you. You can attack them because they're using the drug.
Slowly and surely, it will be banned across the country, state by state, for one reason or another. In the Southwest, the reason for a ban on pot was economics and prejudice.
They were worried about all these Mexicans down on the Texas border who were, it was the depths of the Depression. And these Mexicans had been a very useful labor force in the 20s when we needed them, but now as the Depression, you got all these gringos in the breadline. You sure as hell don't need all these Mexicans. So how could we stigmatize them and get rid of this cheap labor force and get them out of here?
According to the San Antonio Gazette, quote, "The men who smoke this herb become excited to such an extent that they go through periods of near frenzy and worse. It is always aggressive as the crimes which have been committed in garrisons, armories, barracks, and the humble suburbs of Mexico." In 1931, Mexican repatriation becomes law. Mexicans who don't go quietly are subject to varying forms and degrees of harassment. Many are charged with vagrancy. Others are arrested for violation of new state marijuana laws, laws that are often an excuse to drive Mexicans out of the country.
So in Texas, for example, if you got caught with one joint, you could get sent to jail for life. In fact, there were campaigns in some of the states for the death penalty. And there are cases of people serving many, many, many years, decades, in jails for possession.
Except for a handful of states in the Southwest, marijuana is still legal in the United States. But that will change soon after Harry J. Anslinger, the nation's top drug enforcement agent, takes office at the Federal Bureau of Narcotics. But first, Anslinger must convince Congress to do something it has never done before: outlaw a weed. His chief tactic is to convince Congress and the public that a weed is the cause of sex and murder. A message that scares an already fearful Depression-era America.
I had to kill him. Before they killed me! I had to kill him! Can't you understand? I had to kill him! They killed me unless I kill him! Can't you understand?
The History Channel now returns to look at illegal drugs and how they got that way.
In 1930, the gaiety of marijuana collides with a nation in despair. Across the United States, the Great Depression has brought joblessness, breadlines, and above all, fear to America.
Let me assert my firm belief that the only thing we have to fear is fear itself.
But the nation's fear is not just economic. There are fears of crime and gangsters, unions and communists, immigrants, and even alcohol. Since 1920, alcohol has been banned by a constitutional amendment. But after 14 years, the law is repealed. The government now focuses on narcotics under a new federal bureau.
The Federal Bureau of Narcotics was unprecedented in that it was the sole autonomous bureau charged with enforcing narcotics legislation in 1930.
It is headed by a 38-year-old Harry J. Anslinger.
He had had no particular experience with drugs, but he came in, and what he was a complete bureaucrat. That is, he wanted to protect his agency. He wanted to keep his budget going.
To Anslinger, there is nothing glamorous about fighting drugs, but soon he sees that it is one of the most important issues of his time, endorsed by some of the country's most powerful men, like publisher William Randolph Hearst.
Anslinger went to visit Hearst at San Simeon Castle, I guess it was one time, and Hearst told him that he personally wrote all of the anti-drug editorials in the Hearst newspapers. And I think that Anslinger himself felt that this was a kind of a disgusting subject, like maybe being commissioner of garbage or something like this. And he was just astounded that anyone would, you know, who's really important, would care about it.
The Bureau's efforts have been aimed at fighting heroin and cocaine. But with Anslinger's arrival in 1930, marijuana is the new drug problem born out of the trouble in the Southwest with Mexican migrant workers. Anslinger's first battle with marijuana is over who will police it. There are no federal laws against the drug, and he wants to keep it that way, leaving the states to control it, not the federal government.
He had tried to get the states to adopt a uniform narcotic law, which would include cannabis, and that would allow each state to decide how much of its resources it wanted to put out for the control of marijuana or cannabis, and it wouldn't touch his budget or his agents. That had some success, but not complete. There was continued pressure on the government in Washington to do something about these Mexican immigrants who smoked marijuana and went into town on the weekends and created havoc.
Texas, California, Arizona, and Colorado insist it's the federal government's responsibility to do something, but Anslinger resists. He has no interest in staking a career on combating a weed. He has only a staff of 300 and a $1.5 million budget to battle drugs the world over. He wants to avoid a law that will be difficult to enforce and offers a different approach.
He wanted silence. If you had to say something, you made it sound as awful as possible.
And I say marijuana is a killer drug.
But by and large, there was nothing they could do about it. There was no real big action. They didn't have the funding. They didn't have the people. And I remember he said to me once, I was driving around the upper Potomac, and I was crossing the bridge, and I just parked on the bridge. And I got out and I looked, and there was marijuana plants as far as you could see. And he said, I said to myself, and they want me to wipe this out.
Anslinger can do nothing to stop the push from states of the Southwest for a federal law against marijuana. The issue is less about the dangers of the drugs and more about politics. Marijuana is entangled in immigration problems.
I remember when I interviewed Harry Anslinger about it, he said we weren't having any trouble with it. You could get it in Harlem, he said, and it was not a problem. But the pressure came from the Southwest and the West, where the Mexican immigrants were seen as a unnecessary and dangerous surplus population. And so there was a tremendous campaign to try to push the Mexican immigrants back into Mexico. And marijuana got mixed up in that, because there was no question that they grew marijuana and smoked marijuana.
In the end, the southwestern states prevail upon Anslinger to do something. Hesitant as he may have been, the pressure is on for Anslinger to use the power of the federal government to control marijuana. Ever the bureaucrat, Anslinger changes his position and becomes a leading warrior against marijuana.
The Treasury Department intends to pursue a relentless warfare against the despicable, dope-peddling vulture who preys on the weakness of his fellow man.
His chief weapons are movies that express exaggerated dangers of the drug.
The truth is that every reefer is loaded with immorality and bestial perversions, brutality, murder, sex crimes, insanity, or suicide.
While the propaganda war against marijuana is underway, Anslinger begins working to draft a law. But what kind of law? Like all federal drug prohibition in the early 20th century, the Constitution stands in the way. He finds a way around that in a new law passed to ban machine guns.
A law was passed called the National Firearms Act, which said that you could not give, borrow, or transfer a machine gun to anyone without a machine gun transfer stamp. And it turns out the government would not make any machine gun transfer stamps. So this went up to the Supreme Court on the grounds that this couldn't be a legitimate taxing measure because they weren't doing anything to get the taxes. It was actually just a way to stop machine guns being distributed.
The Supreme Court ruled the National Firearms Act was legal, and its use of stamps, even though purposely not available, was legitimate. Anslinger now has a model for a national ban against marijuana.
Anslinger told me that the general counsel of the Treasury Department came into his office holding this decision by the Supreme Court, saying, look, we have a way to go after marijuana.
Anslinger's idea to make marijuana illegal is simple. Anyone involved in its use, distribution, sale, or transfer will be required to get from the government a marijuana tax stamp. But the catch is, the government will only make a token number of tax stamps available. But can he convince Congress that a weed is as dangerous as a machine gun?
The next tragedy may be that of your daughter, or your son, or yours, or yours, or yours.
The History Channel now returns to Hooked, illegal drugs and how they got that way.
On April 27, 1937, hearings begin before Congress on the first federal law to control marijuana. Anslinger hopes to convince Congress that marijuana is dangerous and that they will enact a law like the one that banned machine guns.
I think his attitude toward marijuana was that it was not as serious as cocaine and heroin. But you wouldn't know that publicly, because one of the strategies against marijuana was to describe it in so horrible and disgusting a way that no one would be tempted to try it once.
What's the matter with you, son?
Anslinger tells Congress the drug makes the user insane, or worse.
Oh, nuts. I didn't do it on purpose. Of course you did. But rather than argue with him, the mother stoops to pick it up, and when she does, Elvin takes that heavy frying pan from the stove and kills his mother with it. This is exactly what happened, and how it happened. In fact, he said...
Anslinger also tells Congress marijuana is the stepping stone or gateway to heroin and cocaine.
One more puff, or I'll be floating.
I want something stronger. How much have you got?
He adds that it is the assassin of youth.
One of the cases that he was constantly presenting in these congressional hearings was the case of Victor Licata, who was a young boy in Florida who cut up his family with an axe. And according to Harry Anslinger, he did this after smoking a marijuana joint. He then went out and chopped up his mother and father.
But what Anslinger omitted in his testimony, as was published several days later in a Tampa newspaper, that Licata was probably schizophrenic, and there's very little probability that marijuana was the cause and effect of the terrible crime he committed.
Not a very nice thing to look at, but this is marijuana, and there's nothing beautiful about marijuana. Well, the officer drew his gun, reached for the closet door, and pulled out Victor.
Anslinger tells Congress that school children are using marijuana. That assertion results in the only testimony against the law. Dr. William Woodward of the American Medical Association testifies that for all the complaints about marijuana's danger to school children, there was no evidence to back it up. Congress disregards his testimony.
They just attacked him viciously. They said, how can you come down here trying to interrupt us when we're trying to do something good for the American people and so forth? Well, it turns out their argument with him had nothing to do with marijuana. They just chopped him into pieces and verbally excoriated him in front of this congressional hearing and then lied about what he said.
Hearst follows the hearings, adding extra newspaper runs to cover the news in Washington and headlining the evils of marijuana. Across America, independent movies add to the propaganda, bombarding the public. The most famous, Reefer Madness, warns of the perils of smoking marijuana, as stated by Anslinger and Hearst.
Didn't come from the Federal Bureau of Narcotics, but Anslinger's bureau did endorse it. He did support it. In fact, in the opening scene, when the high school principal is talking to an audience of parents, he refers to the Bureau of Narcotics several times.
On Capitol Hill, Anslinger wins. Congress passes the Marijuana Tax Act, the first federal law against the drug. The Southwest gets the federal law they wanted. After 5 days of hearings, the marijuana tax law goes to Congress for a vote. It's passed within weeks by roll call vote. President Roosevelt signs the bill on August 2nd. It takes effect October 1st.
Perhaps one of Anslinger's most significant contributions to fighting drugs is that he, more than any other individual, demonized drugs. I don't know that Anslinger lied to Congress, but he was an effective propagandist, we might say.
The law requires that anyone wishing to buy, sell, distribute, or transfer marijuana must pay a tax and have a stamp. The penalty for failure to do so is 5 years in jail, a $2,000 fine, or both. But like the machine gun law, the government doesn't make the marijuana stamps available.
There was another problem, too, and that was that in order to get the license, you had to have the marijuana in hand. But if you had the marijuana in hand without the license, you had already violated the law.
2 days after the law goes into effect, the first offender of the Marijuana Tax Act, Samuel Caldwell, is arrested in Colorado. 4 days later, he is convicted and sentenced to 4 years in jail and a $1,000 fine. Anslinger flies in from Washington to see justice done. So begins the federal government's effort to punish marijuana users. 1 year after its ban, Anslinger's law runs into a powerful critic. It was none other than the mayor of America's biggest metropolitan city, Mayor Fiorello LaGuardia of New York. LaGuardia commissions a group of medical professionals from the New York Academy of Medicine to study his city's marijuana problem. This blue ribbon panel visits schoolyards, interviews principals, even tests the effects of the drug on adults. After 4 years of study, the following conclusions are drawn. Smoking marijuana does not lead to addiction. Marijuana smoking is not widespread among school children. Marijuana is not a determining factor in major crimes. Publicity concerning the catastrophic effects of marijuana use in New York City is unfounded. Ironically, LaGuardia obtained the pot used in his study from Anslinger.
And then when the LaGuardia report came out, Anslinger felt betrayed. That was the end of his scientific research in marijuana as far as he was concerned.
No matter what the scientific basis for LaGuardia's study, he is pressured to toe the party line. In the Big Apple, marijuana will remain an illegal drug. Through World War II, marijuana arrests drop. But ever wise to the power of the press, Anslinger begins targeting celebrities and musicians to grab headlines. He arrests jazz drummer Gene Krupa for possessing marijuana, who spends 87 days in jail. Actor Robert Mitchum is busted, and his career is almost shattered after he's arrested at a pot party. But there will be new drugs to combat. One other, legal for the time being, is making history on the battlefields of World War II.
The History Channel now returns to Hooked, illegal drugs and how they got that way.
Of all the new technologies Germany uses in the Second World War, one touches the common soldier and the Fuhrer alike. It is the synthetic chemical amphetamine, more commonly known as speed. The Blitzkrieg could just as easily have been called Speedkrieg.
Everybody was amazed how fast the German panzer troops rushed across Europe westward towards the lowlands. Couldn't believe they could just keep going night and day and so forth. And it was later learned that they were dispensing large amounts of amphetamines to these troops.
Hitler is injected as many as 5 times a day with methamphetamine, a supercharged amphetamine. Scholars claim Hitler's mad rants and blunders were the result of his addiction to the drug. It is also used in the Japanese war effort, given to the Imperial Ground Forces and kamikaze pilots. The drug of the Axis war machine is a stimulant. It affects the sympathetic nervous system to increase alertness and decrease fatigue. Amphetamines stimulate the adrenal gland to increase spontaneity, initiative, confidence, and a sense of well-being. Amphetamines are commonly associated with appetite suppression, but the drug was first introduced as a lung decongestant, the benzodrine inhaler, nicknamed Benny in Germany in 1932.
It would clear up your sinuses and do a lot of other things. It wasn't long before people discovered that if you break the inhaler and take the cotton swab, the little cotton swab which holds all of the amphetamine, some people just swallowed it whole, other people dissolved it in coffee or what have you.
Well, I was just wondering about those Bennies and things we've been fooling around with.
A Benny. A Benny? You mean a benzodrine tablet?
This method of ingestion is commonly called poppin' bennies. At the time, no one knew how highly addictive and powerful a stimulant amphetamines were.
It was quite euphorogenic. It gave people a sense of confidence. Life seemed brighter. You didn't have to sleep as much. You could overcome fatigue. It made doing boring things more interesting. And, of course, weight loss.
1946, amphetamines find their way into post-war society. In Japan, the market is flooded with vast amounts of the drug. In America, housewives take speed to feel better. Amphetamines are to the 50s what opiates were in the past. Truck drivers take them to stay up for days, like dock workers who once used cocaine to work through the night. And artists and writers who used laudanum a century ago now pop bennies for kicks and inspiration. Like author Jack Kerouac, while popping benzodrine, he writes on the road in 20 days in 1955.
Meth's the all-American drug. Meth was invented for Americans. It really embodies all of the values that we hold dear. Industriousness, hard work, basically enthusiasm for accomplishing tasks. It was the most widely prescribed drug in America's history.
The appeal of amphetamines cuts across all walks of life. One of the most famous users is the newly drafted Elvis Aaron Presley. In October 1958, Presley begins a tour of duty in West Germany. As an Army GI, a sergeant introduces him to speed. From this point on, the king of rock and roll is hooked for the rest of his life.
Drugs must be prescribed by a doctor and prepared by a licensed pharmacist.
And physicians were the real pushers of this drug. You're a little depressed? Here, let me prescribe some form of amphetamine. You want to lose weight? Here, let me prescribe some amphetamine. You say you don't have enough energy? I mean, the reasons were legion. In 1946, a physician by the name of W.R. Bett published a paper in which he claimed there were 39 medical reasons for prescribing amphetamines. And they were everything from hiccups to schizophrenia.
By the 1960s, amphetamine use was a hidden epidemic. On the other hand, marijuana, once kept behind closed doors, is openly used. Unlike methamphetamine, a legal drug, marijuana has been outlawed by the Marijuana Stamp Act of 1937. Users face fines and jail sentences under federal law. But it is the latest drug fad, the favorite of baby boomers, despite these potentially harsh penalties.
Marijuana is kind of a hybrid. It has some features that are like LSD. It also doesn't produce physical dependence, and it doesn't produce overdose deaths. And the fact that it doesn't do those two things makes it seem like it's not, quote, an addictive drug. It has an appeal to people who are smart and who are interested in going beyond the conventional boundaries of their behavior.
33 years after the Marijuana Tax Act, its constitutionality was questioned in the Supreme Court. The man who led the charge to change the law was the man who told a generation to tune in, turn on, and drop out, Timothy Leary.
Timothy Leary, the LSD guru, argued that in order to get the license, one had to break the law. In other words, one had to have the marijuana before you got the license, and therefore you were already in violation of the law, and therefore getting the license was simply self-incrimination. The Supreme Court agreed with him and overturned the law.
In the slam of a gavel, the federal law that banned marijuana vanished. Until 1914, most people believed the Constitution upheld one's right to ingest any substance one wanted. Besides, a drug that made you feel better was perceived as good. But by 1970, recreational drug use was perceived as bad, and Congress didn't consider the right to use drugs a right protected by the Constitution, and banned marijuana in the Controlled Substance Act of 1970.
A lot of people became concerned with drugs for the first time in the 60s because young people were using them with such seeming freedom and recklessness. They were particularly concerned about marijuana.
The new federal law is on firm constitutional ground, unlike the self-incriminating tax of 1937. But still, marijuana use does not end. It just becomes illegal and finds a place in a subculture of its own that includes a comedy troupe and a magazine. Unlike pot, methamphetamine is not completely illegal. It can still be prescribed by doctors, but illegal, non-medicinal use is at an all-time high.
It's estimated that by 1971, so many amphetamine pills were produced illicitly that if you gave them to every man, woman, and child in the country, you would give them 50 apiece.
Methamphetamine is banned for non-medicinal use. Still, it is manufactured illegally in all 50 states. Missouri and Utah can claim the dubious prize as meth lab capitals of the U.S. Naively and innocently put on the market as the Benzedrine inhaler almost 70 years ago, no one could predict amphetamine's damage.
People who used a lot of amphetamines tended to be trigger-happy about violence. First of all, they become a little paranoid, and they misinterpret something and think that that person is out to do them harm, and they, give them a punch or worse.
Amphetamines are also the preferred drug of the sports world. Pro football, horse racing, and bicycle racing are breeding grounds for speed abuse. While racing the Tour de France, Tommy Simpson collapses and dies under the influence of methamphetamine.
Speed kills by blowing your heart up. It actually can blow your heart up. I mean, the heart muscle, you'll get it to rip a hole in itself. The messages that are being sent by the brain are just completely out of whack.
Recreational use of this addictive drug ruins thousands of lives. Despite its dangers, its powers of addiction claim new addicts every day.
That first shot of speed was like having an orgasm. I didn't have to have a man. I didn't have to have anybody. I just stood there and backed up and sat down on the couch, and it was unbelievable. And it was a rush, a high that I knew I had found what I was looking for in my whole life. And I was off and running.
While amphetamines have long been prescribed by doctors, medicinal marijuana has only gained acceptance in the 90s. Today, it is used by AIDS and cancer patients to stimulate appetite and reduce the nausea from chemotherapy. It's also a treatment for glaucoma. The attitude of the American public toward marijuana is most fickle. Once, the federal government was opposed to a national marijuana law, but enacted one anyway in 1937, only to see it overturned 30 years later by the Supreme Court. In 1970, a new federal law banned marijuana again, citing it was of no medicinal use. But today, marijuana is used legally for that very reason. Now, at the turn of the 21st century, 11 states have decriminalized possession of small amounts of marijuana, judging the legal side effects to be more harmful than the drug itself.
The relationship between the cannabis plant and humankind is prehistoric. Believed to have originated as a wild plant in Asia, it was present at the very beginnings of agriculture and has been in our service ever since. The small seed of the cannabis plant is a highly nutritious food and also produces a high-quality, multi-purpose oil. Its stalk is the source of a durable fiber which helped provide the raw material for clothing the earliest human communities.
Hemp probably is the oldest crop of multiple use benefits to humankind, as far as we understand it. You could eat it, and you could wear it, to say the least.
Hemp seed is the #1 most nutritious food you can put in your body. Gruel is hemp seed and water. Entire civilizations have subsisted on it for times of famine.
The smoking or ingestion of the budding parts of the cannabis plant for their euphoric effects has also played a part in our history as social custom, medicine, and as a religious ritual.
The Scythian warriors coming out of Mongolia and the steppes of Europe over there carried this herb into battle with them. It was both a medicine and a relaxant. And they found Scythian princesses buried with it in their pouches alongside their weapons and their horse.
Cannabis sativa has been used all over the world by a wide variety of cultures in a wide variety of different countries. It's by no means anything unique to the United States. And so I think as people began to use cannabis sativa in a wide variety of ways, they began to notice that there were really a lot of distinctive different uses, one for industrial purposes. So a lot of varieties were specifically bred for industrial uses, primarily for the fiber and the oil that came from the plant. Whereas other cultures were more interested in using cannabis sativa for other more personal uses or cultural purposes, and that would be those varieties that have the higher THC content.
Our own language reflects the dual nature of the cannabis plant and reveals a certain disconnect between the two aspects of the same species of plant. Hemp is the common name for the once important fiber crop, which was cultivated in North America beginning with the arrival of the Europeans. The word marijuana, which originated in Spanish-speaking America, conjures a very different image in history. In the lexicon of contemporary American slang, there is no shortage of synonyms for this word, which refers to the plant first criminalized by the federal government in 1937, known variously as pot, grass, weed, smoke, and reefer. The history of hemp in America begins with the first agricultural endeavors of the colonial period. Hemp had been an indispensable article of trade throughout Europe since earliest times, and had been used virtually all over the world to make all types of fiber-based commodities, from clothing to fishing nets to writing paper.
In England in the 14th, 15th, and 16th century, there were provinces and areas of England where it was mandatory that the people grow some block of hemp for the kingdom.
Despite the need, a less than prolific hemp culture existed in the British Isles, resulting in a chronic reliance on imported fiber. That dependency caused considerable anxiety for the British, especially whenever war threatened to cut off their supply. With the establishment of colonies in North America, the English were eager to introduce the seed and strongly encouraged the colonial farmer to plant hemp alongside his other crops. Key to their enthusiasm was that no other fiber was as well suited for transformation into the strong, flexible sails, rope, and rigging so important to the British Navy. Hemp was excellent in this regard as it resisted the corrosive effects of salt water, and when it did begin to fail as rigging, it was picked apart and used for caulking the hulls of the wooden ships. Hemp was an essential commodity for a nation which wished to expand its influence and its wealth by dominion over the world's oceans. For all its utility, hemp culture expanded very slowly in colonial America. In the South, it lagged behind tobacco, which became a very profitable article of trade for the colonists in Maryland, Virginia, and the Carolinas. Despite persistent urging from England to produce more hemp, the Southerners were content to rely on tobacco as their chief money crop. In 1700, Massachusetts attempted to encourage her fledgling hemp industry by requiring all manufacturers of rope to use only fiber grown within her borders. The early shipbuilders along the northeast coast, whose industry had always been dependent on imported hemp, saw the value of a ready supply of good fiber on their side of the Atlantic. George Washington, a hemp farmer himself, saw great potential for the Virginia farmer, but lamented the glut of foreign fiber, mostly Russian hemp, in the colonial market. Despite the many years of inducements and prodding, Americans remained dependent on foreign hemp even as they achieved their own political independence. Freed from the constraints of their colonial past and looking for new and greener pastures, the more adventurous citizens of the new nation began to leave their homes along the eastern seaboard and follow the wilderness road through the Appalachian Mountains, or sail down the Ohio River into the rich, abundant lands of the West. The stories of the rich rolling lands and flowing waters of the central plateau of Kentucky enticed many across the mountains, as did the generosity of the Virginia legislature, which offered to deed 400 acres to those who would make settlement in Kentucky by building a cabin. As added incentive, those who planted corn would receive 1,000 more.
Land was being worn out back in Virginia. There were all sorts of political and social problems developed in that, on the eve of the revolution and then in the revolution itself. And land became a magnet that drew people west, almost in a frantic population movement. They dreamed, and I don't, historians have discussed this, I don't actually know how firmly most of them knew about this or dreamed of the Eden of the West, that here they would get away from their troubles back east. Here they would certainly make their fortunes in this good land.
The first documentation of hemp being grown in Kentucky was in 1775, and that was by Archibald McNeil in Boyle County, and he grew a small crop, not for sale, but probably just for home use.
Hemp can be grown in a wide range of climates and conditions, but factors like the length of the growing season, soil quality, amounts of rainfall, and proper drainage are critical to the strength and length of the fibers the plant will produce. The dark, fertile soil and mild seasons of central Kentucky seemed particularly well suited to the task, and produced tall, healthy stands with strong fibers and a minimum amount of wood in the stalk.
If you direct plant seed in the soil, it comes up, it's a weed, just like tobacco's a weed. They both grow very quickly, and the hemp seed will grow and the other weed seeds come up, but hemp is such a vigorous plant, and the way we raise it, it's so thick, it'll outgrow all the other weeds and kill them. It shades them, and they die.
The plant's natural hardiness and resistance to disease helped it proliferate on the frontier, despite the primitive farming methods. A farmer could sow as much seed as he had available, and in a good season be assured that he would have a substantial crop in just a few months. Once harvested, the fiber suffered very little from spoilage, making it ideal for storage and transport. The chronic shortage of cash money on the frontier also made hemp a valuable commodity for farmers who could exchange their crop in payment for needed goods. In 1788, the first newspaper in the West, the Kentucky Gazette, established in Lexington the year before, offered to take bundles of raw hemp in payment for subscriptions. By 1800, Kentucky's log cabin economy had been transformed into a diverse and thriving agricultural economy, and the pioneer's little hemp patch had become a profitable and extensive enterprise. John Wesley Hunt, the state's first millionaire, made a substantial part of his fortune in the wholesale trade and manufacture of hempen products. In the five-county area surrounding Lexington, it appeared that the American hemp industry had found a place where it might flourish. And indeed, for many years, the bluegrass region of Kentucky was the center of hemp production in the United States. Making his way from Lexington to Frankfort or down through Versailles to Danville, a traveler in the post-Revolutionary War period in Kentucky would have been struck by the recurring sight of dense stands of leafy plants that stretched across the wide fields. At summer's end, the plants would stand 10 to 12 feet in height, and the traveler would have seen workers, mostly black slaves, bent in the fields, cutting the stalks, tying them in bundles, and stacking them in shocks. In the late autumn, the bundles would be broken up and the stalks spread across the fields, exposing them to the early winter rains and freezes. The process, called dew retting, frees the desired fiber from the resin which holds it to the woody center portion of the stalk. After retting, the stalks are picked up and reshocked, allowing them to dry before the breaking. In dry weather, the workers would return to the fields carrying their crude wooden breaking benches. Moving from shock to shock, they would separate the fine fiber from the woody herds by throwing the heavy lever of the hemp brake. The extracted fiber was then tied into loose bundles and stored in a dry part of the barn. At the end of a day of breaking, the piles of discarded herds were burned in the fields, signaling the end of another growing season. Along with the expansion of hemp cultivation, the manufacture of hempen goods had been progressing in the state since the days when the first settlers had spun crude hempen cloth on their spinning wheels as an improvement on the nettle lint and buffalo wool they had been using to make fabric.
The very earliest huntsmen came in here had to wear skins for clothing. Coonskin cap, everything they had on coonskin leggings, and their feet were made out of animal hides. All right, you bring your family, they're going to wear animal hides until one of about 2 or 3 things. You either can manage to have a sheep, you can plant flax, or you can plant hemp.
Hemp was actually spun in the home. You could do the entire process to actually end up with clothing or textile fabric right in the home itself. The hemp might have been grown on the farm, and then of course you would do the retting or the rotting of the fibers, and then on to the hackling and the spinning, and then the weaving, and then making something into cloth. So that was easily done as a process right at home.
Cordage of various kinds was another necessity of frontier life, and smaller types of twine and rope could be produced at home without the aid of special equipment. As time went on, the demand for larger lengths and widths of rope for use in shipping and industry brought about the development of rope manufacturing sites known as rope walks. A rope walk was a long, narrow building, usually a wooden structure, with a hand-turned wheel at one end. Sometimes a horse or mule would be used to supply the power. The rope maker would attach a bundle of combed or hackled hemp to a hook on the wheel, and walking backward would twist the fibers around one another as they were drawn out of the bundle. The long yards of fiber were in turn spun together for the desired width of rope. Two events occurred in the American South in the 1790s which were to have a tremendous effect on the early hemp industry in Kentucky and later in the Midwest. The first occurred in 1795 with the signing of the Pinckney Treaty between the U.S. and Spain, which allowed Americans the right to freely navigate the entire length of the Mississippi River. It gave early traders much wider access to markets through the port of New Orleans. The second was the invention of the cotton gin. Prior to 1793, the use of cotton had been greatly limited by the difficulty of separating the lint from the seed. The development of the cotton gin in that year revolutionized the cotton industry and gave birth to the new king of the South.
Once you invent that little cotton gin, which is a very simple thing, once you develop that thing and then refined it and built larger gins, the cotton belt expanded just like wildfire.
In order to protect the cotton during shipment to the textile mills of Europe and New England, it had to be tightly compressed into bales and then covered and bound with strong material. Durable hemp bagging and cordage from Kentucky provided the answer. For each 300-pound bale of cotton, 15 pounds of hemp bagging and rope were required to suitably clothe the king. By 1802, 250,000 pounds of cordage alone was being shipped from the port of Louisville down the Ohio River to the Mississippi and on to New Orleans. In 1810, a visitor to Kentucky named Thomas Joines noted, "The inhabitants of Lexington now turn their attention almost entirely to the cultivation of hemp, for which they find their soil adapted and which is more profitable than anything else they can grow." It appeared to many that for as long as this mutually beneficial relationship continued, the hemp industry would surely prosper right alongside King Cotton. The early years of the 19th century also saw the expansion of the American shipbuilding industry along the northeast coast, as well as the growth of the U.S. naval fleet. Both were large consumers of hemp for marine use. A three-masted frigate like the USS Constitution required 30 tons of hempen rigging, tow lines, caulking, and sailcloth to be properly outfitted. In the West, Kentucky hemp was playing an important role in the development of the riverboat trade, but the large and potentially lucrative seaboard market to the east remained out of reach.
It was very difficult to transport anything over land or upstream. Anything in volume, it was nearly impossible to transport it out of this region. All heavy stuff had to be shipped downriver, and if it was going to some other place, picked up by sailboats that traded up the Atlantic coast.
The shipbuilders of Boston, New York, and Philadelphia, who had enjoyed reliable access to foreign sources of hemp in Europe and India, saw the situation change in the early 1800s. War in Europe and a second war with Britain in 1812 caused the U.S. Congress to enact embargo and non-importation legislation which tightened supplies. As prices began to rise on the East Coast, the Kentuckians saw their opportunity to become competitive and perhaps even replace the foreign suppliers in the eastern market. Led by their able statesman Henry Clay, the Kentuckians became great advocates of the tariff on hemp and demanded that Congress leave it in place, even after the hostilities had ceased. Clay's eloquence, as he argued for protectionism and America's commercial self-reliance, won him the nickname the Prince of Hemp and became the foundation of his 1824 bid for the presidency.
Clay, as a state legislator, had a suit made out of hemp and fiber, and he appeared in the Kentucky legislature dressed in a hempen suit, advocating for the protection and production of the crop.
In spite of the efforts, the Kentucky farmer was never able to claim more than a modest share of the northeastern market, even at the height of protectionism. An underlying reason for this may have been the practice of dew-retting his crop in the field, a practice that many in the marine industry felt resulted in an inferior product. It appears that though the Buy American idea was always politically attractive, Russian hemp, which was rented in the early snowfalls of the Baltic region, was perceived by most Navy men to be more consistent in strength and better prepared for market than its American cousin.
But with all the political clout that Kentucky had in Washington, Henry Clay and others, they were never able to capture that naval market.
Politicians from Kentucky and Missouri always protested, but the Navy continued to purchase most of their hemp abroad, even when forced to pay a higher price. The quality issue was never settled, and as time went on, it became less relevant. The advent of the steam engine was slowly doing away with the great sailing ships and reducing the need for anybody's hemp. If a golden age of hemp culture ever existed in America, the decades leading up to the Civil War could make the claim. In spite of its troubles, market forces and new technologies conspired to create a period of prosperity and relative stability in the industry, which lasted into the 1850s. The introduction of the steamboat in the early 1800s on the Mississippi and Ohio rivers had revolutionized transportation in the West and greatly increased the flow of commerce up and down the rivers. In the years that followed, American cotton became a prized commodity worldwide and kept the southern planter a reliable customer for hemp bagging and cordage factories upriver. Though market prices fluctuated, hemp cultivation remained a critical part of the economic foundation for Kentucky farmers, even as it expanded into the Midwestern states of Missouri, Illinois, Michigan, Minnesota, and Kansas. During this period, Kentucky hemp continued to be the state's leading money crop, second only to livestock in returning dollars to the farm. In 1849, the state could boast that it possessed one-third of the nation's hemp factories. There were some 159 in operation statewide, producing bale rope, cordage, linen, duck canvas, bagging, and sailcloth. Production in the U.S. peaked in 1859 on the eve of the Civil War, with a bumper crop of 40,000 tons of raw, field-broken hemp. The growth of the hemp industry in antebellum Kentucky was generated in large measure by the use of slave labor. Slaves had been brought to the area as early as 1775, and their number had steadily grown. It is not accidental that the largest concentrations were located in the hemp-producing regions of the state.
Hemp and slavery were almost synonymous. At that moment when you needed help, you had to be thoroughly convinced that you had help enough to handle the crop. You didn't need them all year, but you certainly need them maybe at planting time, but desperately at harvest time.
Compared with the cotton-producing states, Kentucky's agriculture had remained more diverse in nature, keeping her less dependent on slave labor, at least directly. However, Kentuckians were actively involved in the slave trade, and many Kentucky-born slaves were sold to work in the cotton fields down south. With the outbreak of hostilities at Fort Sumter, the Southerners immediately declared an embargo on cotton and halted all exportation of its most prized commodity, believing an international shortage would be a good bargaining chip with the Europeans, especially the English, who were extremely dependent on cotton to keep their huge milling industry humming.
As a matter of fact, that was a basic factor in the Southern hope in the Civil War, that Britain would come in on the side of the South. Britain, however, had on hand, I saw the figures not long ago, enough cotton to run, I think, 3 or 4 years. So Britain didn't need the cotton. And that was a miscalculation on the part of the South.
The naval blockades and strict prohibitions on trade imposed by the North guaranteed the economic isolation of the South. For the hemp industry in Kentucky, its fate historically and literally tied to cotton, the war dealt a severe blow from which it would never fully recover. With the halt to all shipping of rope and bagging downriver, factories throughout the state began to shut down. The only potential bright spot for the industry during the war years was that with the sudden withdrawal of cotton from the textile market, other fiber crops were considered as possible substitutes for use as clothing. In Kentucky, the practice of weaving hemp on old hand looms experienced a revival, and several factories were brought back into production, making cloth from both flax and hemp in the hope of cashing in on the scarcity of cotton. The war also increased the demand for ship sail and rigging, and the War Department attempted to purchase domestic hemp where it was available. However, with the disruptions to the workforce and supply lines, no one was able to take advantage of the situation. In fact, the war helped to speed the adoption of many nautical innovations, such as steam power, wire rope, steel hulls, chains, and rods, all of which would forever change the role of hemp on the high seas. When the war ended, the cotton growers returned to their fields to find their product in great demand throughout the world. Once again, the need for stout rope and bagging sparked the hemp industry back to life. Prices climbed steadily to their pre-war high, and by 1869, Kentucky had regained her role as the nation's principal producer. It appeared to all that the good times had surely returned. But in fact, the cotton growers had never been completely satisfied with hemp as the solution to their transportation problems. The Southerners had long been unhappy with the cost of hemp, and many complained that the ropes tended to expand, causing the bales to come apart, creating extra work and expense on their part. In the post-war years, cheaper imported materials began to find their way into the cotton markets, and by 1870, a system which combined stronger iron hoops with cheaper bagging made of jute from India rapidly displaced hemp in the baling of cotton.
Once you introduced steel ties into buying cotton bales, you killed off the market for bale rope and just dead.
Seemingly overnight, the hemp industry, so dependent on the southern market for its lifeblood, looked as if it were about to vanish from the American landscape. From its peak levels of some 40,000 tons just before the Civil War, U.S. production dropped by 90% to just over 5,000 tons by 1878, with almost the total amount coming from Kentucky. The last decades of the 19th century saw the further retreat of hemp culture in America as the market became dominated by an abundance of cheaper, imported fibers like abaca from the Philippines, sisal from Africa, henequen from Mexico, jute from India, and hemp from Russia and Italy. In 1900, Kentucky's famous novelist James Lane Allen published a poetic remembrance of the industry. In his novel The Reign of Law, subtitled A Tale of the Kentucky Hemp Fields, he revels in his boyhood days in old Kentucky and laments the fall of the one-time great crop from its place of honor.
The Anglo-Saxon farmers had scarce conquered foothold, stronghold, freehold in the western wilderness before they became sowers of hemp. Away back in the days when they lived with wife, child, flock in frontier wooden fortresses and hardly ventured forth for water, salt, game, or tillage, hemp was growing tall and thick near the walls of the fort. Hemp in Kentucky in 1782, early landmark in the history of the soil, of the people. Cultivated first for the needs of cabin and clearing solely, for twine and rope, towel and table, sheet and shirt. By and by, not for cabin and clearing only, not for tow-homespun, fur-clad Kentucky alone. To make way for it, a forest the like of which no human eye will ever see again was felled. The roads of Kentucky, those long limestone turnpikes connecting the towns and villages with farms, they were early made necessary by the hauling of hemp. For the sake of it, slaves were perpetually being trained, hired, bartered, lands perpetually rented and sold, fortunes made or lost. What phase of life went unaffected by the pursuit and fascination of it? Thought, care, hope of the farmer oftentimes throughout the entire year. Upon it depending, it may be, the college of his son, the accomplishments of his daughter, the luxuries of his wife, the house he would build, the stock he could own, his own pleasures also, all these depending in large measure upon his hemp, that thickest gold dust of his golden acres.
The beginning of the 20th century found American hemp a minor crop with production limited to small regions in Kentucky and parts of central Wisconsin. The U.S. farmers still contributed a small amount of hemp to manufacturers of baling twine and thread, but the wide variety of low-cost, high-quality fibers readily imported from third world countries, like the Philippines and Africa, kept domestic hemp production at marginal levels. Always the war baby, the interruption of shipping caused by World War I created some interest in American hemp, and production increased each year of the war's duration, but quickly waned with the return to peacetime. During this period, a new chapter in America's relationship with cannabis began to take shape.
During the early 20th century, we began to see a lot more evidence that people were smoking various varieties of cannabis sativa that were specifically bred for their THC content. During this period, we had a lot of hashish coming over from the Orient, a lot of coca coming up from South America, a lot of opium coming from both the Middle East and again Southeast Asia. So I think we began a whole different drug culture, which created, I think, a whole different perspective on this particular plant, cannabis sativa, which introduced a lot of varieties that were very, very different from the varieties that Americans were historically accustomed to.
Each time the United States enters into a world war, we rediscover THC. The United States is actually an alcohol-based culture and has been for many years, and they've used immigrants from other societies that had THC-based society, such as the Chinese or the Mexicans who understood what this plant was. They would use it as kind of a prejudicial basis for prejudice. Oh, look at those people, they're smoking that dope, here we go, over here drinking shots of rye and tequila and stuff like this. The United States being alcohol-based has always used THC-based societies. Their use of THC is kind of that which set them apart and made them subhuman or lesser human beings.
The first laws against the use of marijuana were enacted in the early 1900s in the southwestern states along the Mexican border and in Louisiana, where West Indian sailors had introduced the smoking of marijuana into the nightclub and early jazz scene of New Orleans. By the 1920s, marijuana use was showing up in other urban areas, and a campaign against reefer madness had emerged, featuring sensationalized films and newspaper accounts describing how honor students became crazed or homicidal after smoking a marijuana cigarette. With very little evidence of widespread use and no clear consensus on the health effects of smoking the plant, the U.S. Congress, at the behest of the Bureau of Narcotics, passed the Marijuana Tax Act of 1937 to discourage all cultivation of the cannabis sativa plant by imposing an occupational excise tax on anyone engaged in the commerce or cultivation of cannabis.
The operative part of the Marijuana Tax Act was a transfer tax, and for transferring the and it pertained to the leafy part of the plant, as far as the transfer tax. And there was a fee of $1 an ounce if it was to be transferred to a registered participant, but it was $100 an ounce if it was to be transferred to an unregistered participant.
Registered participants included the manufacturers of paints and varnishes who used hemp seed oil in their products, suppliers of birdseed, and the manufacturers of medicinal products such as corn plasters and various remedies used by veterinarians. Unregistered participants, it was assumed, would be marijuana dealers. Though it was alleged by the prohibitionists to cause unwitting citizens to commit violent crimes, the politicians who had seen the complete failure and subsequent repeal of the prohibition on alcohol a few years before stopped short of outlawing cannabis outright. But even as a tax, the legislation provided the government a large measure of control with very real penalties for those who failed to comply.
Now, pardon me, I don't think marijuana was a problem back in 1937. It certainly wasn't a problem. It's certainly not a problem today, and it's all over the place. So I don't know how it could possibly have been a problem in 1937, except for the fact that when they passed that law for the first time, the federal government took over the right to tell you what seed you could plant in the ground and what you could do with the product of that seed.
Simultaneously, what was happening from a commercial perspective is that industrial hemp was really losing its stand here in U.S. agriculture. There were a lot of other alternative fibers that were coming in. We had a lot of manila hemp coming in, which is not cannabis sativa. We also had sisal coming in from the Orient, cotton coming in from the Middle East, abaca coming in from Southeast Asia, as well as a lot of synthetic materials, particularly during World War II, that were coming in to supplant the price effectiveness or competitiveness of industrial hemp in the commercial agricultural market.
The hemp industry did undergo increased scrutiny as a result of the tax, but the law provided an exemption for the stalk portion of the plant, requiring the few farmers still growing hemp to register with the Treasury Department. But a token payment of a $1 a year occupational tax was all that was required to keep producing hemp. The campaign against marijuana, which originated with state and federal law enforcement officials, was bureaucratic in nature and hysterical in tone. It succeeded largely because it circumvented any attempts for a true public or scientific debate on the issue. The prohibitionists deftly fused marijuana usage with the deep-seated racial fears and the isolationist tendencies of America in the 1930s, and the result was the Marijuana Tax Act of 1937. 1 year after the Marijuana Tax Act was passed, an article in Popular Mechanics magazine predicted the unprecedented reflowering of hemp culture. It observed that new uses and the recent development of improved processing machinery were about to bring the nearly extinct crop back into the limelight, replacing the numerous foreign fibers and creating a new billion-dollar cash crop for the country's farmers. But what no one predicted was that in less than 4 years, more than 14,000 U.S. farmers would be under contract to the federal government to grow hemp on 178,000 acres of prime farmland. Like the First World War, the outbreak of World War II halted the importation of hemp from Russia and Italy, and once again hostilities somewhere in the world caused a resurgence of America's hemp industry. This time, however, conditions worsened with Japan's entry into the war, cutting off America's principal source of fiber, abaca from the Philippines, commonly called manila hemp. The situation threatened to limit not only America's buildup of military forces, but also impede the growth of wartime agricultural production.
It was desperately sought to help save the lives, first to make parachutes, and equally to have rope sufficient. And then they found out those little U-boats, two-man German subs could shoot a hole in the ship, but it wasn't too devilish big. So if they'd take a hemp rug and drop it over the side, they could pump enough to get save the troops alive.
By the spring of 1942, a major government-sponsored campaign was in full swing, hoping to persuade farmers to grow the fiber so vital to the war effort. A corporation, War Hemp Industries, was put in place to purchase the crops and manage the operation of some 70 processing sites proposed for speedy construction in Kentucky and throughout the Midwest. The hemp marijuana collection was, for the most part, forgotten during this period, though participating farmers were required to register with the U.S. Treasury. By the end of 1943, the world shipping situation had eased to the point where large amounts of sisal were being imported from British East Africa, and U.S. stockpiles of fiber began to return to acceptable levels. With the emergency over, the government began dismantling the hemp program, and production quickly decreased as foreign fibers began to dominate the market once again. Since the participating farmers had not invested heavily in the venture, there was little resistance to ending the program, and most simply returned to growing more profitable crops like corn and tobacco. In the span of a few years, the U.S. government had gone from condemnation to adulation in their public relations campaigns for and against the cannabis plant. As the war came to an end, the crop, which had been cast as both criminal and war hero, looked as if it were headed toward extinction once again.
After World War II, because the U.S. government had reauthorized industrial hemp production, although it had failed to a certain extent in terms of helping quote the war effort, several farmers continued to raise industrial hemp for commercial purposes through the 1950s and even into the early 1960s. However, at this time, because of the growing awareness of the drug problem, growing trade in drug use, growing evidence of drug abuse here in the United States, we made the production of industrial hemp illegal once again. This first happened in the 1950s, but some of the laws that were put in place weren't very clear. There were some loopholes around them, etc. So farmers continued to raise industrial hemp for the next couple of years, but commercially it was a failure, and legally they continued to get themselves into trouble. So it really pretty much collapsed in the early 1960s.
67, Kentucky threw the baby out with the wash. They just said, boom, anything to do with hemp, including the plant of the seed, is wrong, illegal. Then the feds got smart and came along, what, 70, 68, 70, somewhere. And you wonder why people quit roaming and looking for it in the country. They found out they got more headaches than they did highs, because it was a feral plant or a wild plant which came from the seed. The seed will stay in there or something for a very long period. It wasn't doing them much good. That's the reason it's become the largest of all crops in America, but it's treated horticulturally rather than agriculturally.
Exactly where it came from, and how it got to be a part of our society from the 60s on is it's unclear. Some people theorize that it was the soldiers who came back from World War II. A lot of them had served in the South Pacific and in a lot of the tropical and subtropical countries where marijuana was still a part of life there. It was part of their religion, part of their customs, and so when the soldiers came back, some of them brought that custom back with them.
At the end of the Korean War, World War II, they really came down on life in prison for a joint. They really suppressed it. They didn't want all these soldiers discovering THC and coming back here, having discovered it. Same thing at the end of the Korean War. And at the end of the Vietnam War, not only did they lose their control of war-making apparatus and the way to make more war, their inability to control the Vietnam War was also mirrored by their inability to suppress this plant that the soldiers were discovered over in Vietnam. And so they brought it back and turned on my generation to it. I was turned on to marijuana by a very good friend who was an airplane mechanic in Bangkok, Thailand during the Vietnam War. He came back with a duffel bag full of it and says, "Here, try this." And I trusted him. They became a doctor. I knew he was smart. I knew he knew what he was doing. He turned me on to marijuana, and bless his heart, saved my life.
When I was in college, in the graduate school down at Stanford, going through the writing program, we lived in a little community called Perry Lane. And one of our good friends and neighbors was a guy that was enrolled in the drug experiments that were going on in the VA hospital. He didn't really want to do it. Psychologists, by their nature, are cowards. They wouldn't be psychologists. So he said, "Here, you go and do it for me. You get $20 a day. You have to go in every Tuesday at about 8:30. They give you something, and then they test you with test your urine and your blood sugar. They test your reflexes. They see you can add and subtract. About every hour they come through and do this stuff. And where they were doing it was on the ward in the old Menlo Park hospital, a VA hospital. And when I looked out through this little window, little windows that have chicken wire inside the glass, and looked out there at the ward and saw these people out there, I realized that these people knew something that the doctors didn't know. They were crazy and they were in pain, but they were enlightened in some way. And the villain that they were seeing, and they could sense the thing that was driving them crazy, it didn't have anything to do with Freud. It had to do with America. And they had all followed the correct lines. They'd all been vets. They all had good jobs. And something wasn't working. Something was haywire. And they knew it. And either they had to become unpatriotic or just go ahead and be crazy.
In the 1960s, it was a really interesting time period because there were two different cultures that were running parallel to one another, and in many ways they were really parallel because rarely did they cross, and when they did cross, it usually created some sparks. The one culture was the little home in the suburbs with the polyester suits and the synthetic life of two cats and a dog in the garage and the whole bit. And then there was the counterculture, who was really, I think, pursuing more the natural way of life. They were trying to become more grounded, more environmentally conscious, and more concerned about the things that they were putting into their bodies. And so at that time, drug use took, I think, an interesting twist in that a lot of people were very interested in psychoactive experimentation and turned to a lot of chemicals like speed and acid, for example. But there was also a very strong movement at the time to move into the natural things of life. So at that time, people began to be very interested in marijuana, also very interested in natural clothes, cottons, flaxes and linens and silks and wools, things that were more consistent, I think, with their kind of back-to-the-woods simple lifestyle.
Hemp, like tobacco and so many things with farmers, is really a victim of the weather. A good season, everything works right, you got a super quality fiber. If it's not good and things turn out not so well, you don't have a good yield and you may have a lower quality fiber. But as it used to be, and we think now would be a use for any of the fiber. It is an oil crop. I think it's, you look in the botanical files, it's under the oil families. Hemp oil sells at $1 an ounce. You can go out on Southland Drive and buy it today. I think it's $20 a bottle, about 18 ounces, or less, 16 ounces. Hungarians, we talked to a man in Canada whose parents were from Hungary. He went back to the villages they came from, and they grind up the seed and make hemp butter, just like we have peanut butter. Very nourishing. They feed the school children. And if you take the oil out of it, it's just like soybean meal. You feed all the animals. So, history, the book's full of it. It's a matter of can we think we've grown so wise or naive or just plain illiterate, that all of a sudden the crop is all bad. And the phenomenon is when you're eating popcorn, corn makes whiskey. You don't really think about that when you're eating popcorn, though. Or if you like real good sweet corn in the springtime and wait till I hope you can get some, you don't sit there thinking about a bottle of whiskey. Your damn plant can make anything out of it.
It's the paper that the Constitution is written on. I used to put up hay with hemp string, by far the best string. The plastic stuff is just terrible to fool with because it all shreds and the cows get it in their toes and you can't get rid of it. The sisal, which we buy, it comes from India. It doesn't have those nice long staples that hemp has. And I've got a big ball over the house made out of hemp twine. And this area would just be a wonderful place to grow it. And you can grow that big old stuff. You can go it as high as this barn. You don't have much potency to it at all. And my brother and I have laminated chunks of these stalks together and squeezed them down in the cheese press. So you're able to get what are essentially 4x4s with pithy interiors, and they attach together just by their own residence. It'll take a nail, you could saw it. It could be the answer to all these loggers who have run out of trees. This whole valley up there, and the first state that does it is going to be way out in front of the other states.
I have talked with many older women that are farmers that are sincerely interested in industrial hemp as a cash crop. They understand the historical basis of where we've grown industrial hemp. They've done an incredible job of researching what other countries are doing in terms of raising industrial hemp. And they're very interested from a very sincere economic point of view. Could this be the next cash crop for the American farmer? Is there some hope here? There's another faction that supports industrial hemp, not so much from an alternative fiber perspective, but from the group or the faction that's really sincerely interested in legalizing, if not continuing to decriminalize, the use and production of marijuana in the United States. So there is also a very strong pro-marijuana lobby that's acting that would also like to see industrial hemp being legalized because it's a foot in the door. They're both cannabis sativa.
Let me put it like this. Some people who don't know me give me a reputation for wanting to legalize drugs. I do not want to do that. I'm in the business of trying to license and regulate cannabis as a crop. Tomatoes are legal. Alcohol and tobacco is licensed and regulated. And I seek to license and regulate, take it out of the black market status, just cannabis now. I would take the law enforcement dollar, which we would save off of we're currently spending on detecting, arresting, prosecuting, and incarcerating people who associate with the cannabis plant. If we change the laws, we'd save all that money. I would go after the hard drugs. I'd go after the synthetic drugs, the crack, the cocaine, the heroin, those kinds of synthetic drugs, man-made drugs, which destroy the spirit and overcome rights of determination and self-choice because they're addictive and destructive to the body.
The spirit itself has become corrupted. Everybody knows that the coke is bad stuff, and it has bad spirit. It runs through a gamut of people that are against enlightenment. They're wanting to try this stuff that makes you feel it's powerful, and it goes away in about 10 minutes. And the people, the local people that we know, that are growing little dabs of grass and stuff, their stuff isn't that strong, but you don't want it that strong. It's one thing that we've learned is you don't need a huge bunch of anything. You can get the same effect with just a little bunch. And we're mature enough to be able to make those kind of decisions. I mean, we've never heard it debated. We've never heard this gateway drug thing debated. You know, they say with grass leads to heroin. You can say the same thing about milk and gin.
If I took this low THC and tried to produce a marijuana, you'd have a hell of a headache. You wouldn't get any, whatever the euphoric is. There's no question that people in Canada can testify they've had no problem with any plot of this stuff, either in England or Canada or some of the other, Germany. Germany had enough intestinal fortitude when they took East Germany, they paid one fellow $750,000 to quit raising it. In less than 10 years now, they've turned it loose. Any German farmer can raise it. They learned. They were willing to say we made a mistake. Bam, go on and do something to raise the fibers to help mankind.
Did you hear that plane go over a little bit ago? That's a sheriff's deputy's plane. It's a white plane with black wingtips. And it starts about this time in May and continues to fly over our place every day until way late in the fall. And the guy knows I'm not growing anything. And I know he knows. But that's not it. There's sort of a Indian wrestling going on here.
The Drug Enforcement Agency really has continued to fight this issue very, very hard. And from a legal perspective, the U.S. government continues to make no legal distinction between industrial hemp and marijuana. However, interestingly, in terms of our international trade treaties that we have signed, for example, through the GATT or through the World Trade Organization, we do make a legal distinction between marijuana and industrial hemp. And that's why we permit the importation of industrial hemp products in the first place.
For the industrial textile aspects of it, I would let the market control what happened to it. Since it doesn't have any drug content to be reckoned with, it has some, but it's negligible. It won't get anybody higher or anything. I'd let the market control that and take the European example and let anybody grow as much as they could as long as they had a contract to sell it to somebody, which gives the market a self-regulatory perspective. You know, there won't be speculation in it. You know, your large landowners won't just go out and just plant acres and acres of it just so to keep the smaller farmer from doing it. If they don't have a market for it, they can't grow it. If they got a market for it, the industry wants to buy it, get a contract for it, you can grow it.
It's not the money alone that's causing a furor. It's this emotional attachment, this very spiritual soul attachment to the land and its products. And that can run pretty deep. But that also can end very abruptly, too.
I also think in terms of the people who like this as a fad, is that they sincerely believe that we need to get back to a more natural state of things. And industrial hemp is currently being touted as something that's environmentally safe, if not environmentally conducive to having a saner society, to be able to raise and produce products that are sustainable. That we're no longer raping and pillaging the earth. We're no longer cutting the trees down. We're raising a sustainable crop. We're no longer relying on the petrochemical industry, but we're raising a sustainable crop that's environmentally friendly. Now, whether these allegations are true or not, and how environmentally benign industrial hemp actually is, the economic realities, can we really replace wood pulp with hemp pulp? The realities of, can we really gear up all the cars to run on hemp oil rather than petrochemically based products, is irrelevant. The general public doesn't know, and for the most part doesn't care. What they're doing is buying into, I think, a symbol and making the statement that even though they don't quite understand the complexities of the world market, they're making a statement that they really want to do is go back to a more natural created environment and go back to a more natural market.
I personally have no desire to support either side. If it could be produced without the narcotic, that side of it, then I'd say glory be. But I think, I'm not in a position to make this official statement, but anyway, I don't think it'll be the economic success that the advocates seem to think it might be.
No, I just think we're going to be sucking the high tit if we don't get busy and do the. If we could do the seed research, ideally we could come out and be the best source on the Americas, all up and down there, from Canada all the way to Brazil, Argentina. I'm afraid Canada's already picked up on that seed being at the profitable end of it. Now, climatically, I think we still have a better edge on it if we can get going quickly. Ideally, we'd bring seed here from all sources all over the world and quickly determine the THC level and the oil level and the fiber quality.
Do you think it'll happen in your lifetime?
No, not mine. Not mine. I think my sons will get to see it and daughters.
All right. Well, thank you.
For as long as we can look back, it's thrown in its lot with us. Marijuana has been associated with human camps as far back into the Paleolithic age as we can look. And that's very interesting. That plant, its destiny and human destiny are very intertwined. And there are a few plants in the world that have been as useful to human beings. It provides an edible seed, an edible oil that can be pressed out of the seed, a very important fiber in world commerce, a medicine, which has been very prominent in Europe and America over the years, and finally a psychoactive drug that's used as a recreational drug by millions of people. That's a pretty powerful way for one plant to provide for human needs.
But in modern times, to merely be in the presence of this plant is a criminal offence. Millions have been and continue to be arrested. The longest and strongest fibre in the plant kingdom, cannabis sativa, commonly called hemp, has been essential to world commerce for thousands of years. Before the mid-1800s, most ships were rigged with hemp rope and hemp sails. A 44-gun warship, like America's old Ironsides, took over 60 tons of hemp rigging, including an anchor cable over 2 feet in circumference. Also, the oakum that sealed the ship's boards and the sailors' clothing were made of hemp, as were the uniforms of soldiers and flags. The wagons of pioneer days were covered in hemp canvas. In fact, the word canvas comes from the word cannabis, which is found in ancient Sumerian and Babylonian languages 6,000 years ago. America's founding fathers, including George Washington, were keen growers of hemp, and Thomas Jefferson was probably the first hemp activist. Realizing hemp's value to the prosperity and defense of the nation, he encouraged farmers to grow hemp instead of tobacco. Today's activists rally in the thousands at annual hemp harvest festivals throughout the Western world. They make some pretty big and enthusiastic claims.
Hemp could totally replace trees as far as making paper, all paper, from fine stationery to press board. Build houses from it. We could stop cutting down trees. Today, hemp's made legal for paper. It can replace all petroleum as far as fuel, electricity, nuclear energy.
How about a hemp hooray? Hemp hemp! Hemp hemp! Hemp hemp! All right, let's make a mess out there.
Of course, it's possible that some of these activists might have an ulterior motive, but nevertheless, their claims warrant further investigation. Hemp has been the major paper-making material for most of the time since paper was discovered in China around the time of Christ. This first paper ever to be printed on, in about AD 770, is 100% hemp. By the 16th century, hemp was the material of choice for European paper makers. They made it into the finest and longest-lasting paper ever made, including the Gutenberg and King James Bibles, and many other famous works. America's Declaration of Independence was also first printed on hemp paper. Most paper of this period was made from recycled hemp canvas and old rags made from various fibres. For hundreds of millions of us today, paper is a way of life. The world consumes hundreds of thousands of tons of paper each year, and to meet this demand, hundreds of thousands of acres of forest are cut down each year. It's a worldwide crisis. In southeastern Australia, vast areas of old-growth forests are being chipped and bought by Japanese companies like Harris Dye Shower. Eugene Collins is a forester turned activist.
Most of these forests take in the vicinity of 150 years to mature and to provide habitat for all the arboreals that require the hollows and things like that in them. This operation will be operating on about somewhere between 40 and 80 years, which is about half of what it takes for these forests to regenerate to their full maturity. This is basically a resource grab by an industry that's in trouble. The whole operation is a biological disaster and should be stopped immediately. There's no need to be flattening these forests. We could be doing it with alternative fibres. Hemp and canaf are just two of them.
Mommy, Mommy, tell me about the trees. And tell me again about those whispers round the seas. And why aren't they here for you and me? Why can't we live in harmony? We got the trees down to the ground. Still never any around. It said it was for you and me. The life is for a growing green.
Don Stall runs a hand papermaking and printing business in Northern California. He has found that hemp stalks produce the best fine-quality art paper.
Wood pulp is used for papermaking not because it's suitable, simply because it's cheap. And it's a byproduct of the whole logging industry. But the available cellulose is something like 30%. It's really not very good. It has to be processed with all kinds of toxic chemicals.
Since the invention of the wood paper process around the turn of the century, paper quality has deteriorated, and so has the environment.
The water that comes out of the pulp plant, out of the pulp process, has large quantities of chemicals that are potentially toxic to marine organisms that live in the bay. Those chemicals include dioxins, they include chloroform, and a whole suite of other chlorinated organic compounds. Over 2,000 have been identified.
Hemp, on the other hand, is somewhere around 77% cellulose and very few impurities, and it really is an ideal material for papermaking.
Realising the problems associated with wood pulp paper, the Dutch government has launched a major research project involving 8 different research institutes to study hemp's potential as a fibre crop for paper and other uses.
I hope that this research will finally produce a process where we can use hemp to make fibres that can be used for paper and probably also other products in such a way that we will have a complete clean process, an energy-efficient process that causes very little pollution, and that also will prevent the cutting down of trees somewhere else in the world. Hemp is one crop that looks promising because it is a plant that is pretty resistant to a lot of diseases, and it grows well in the Netherlands. It can be used without using pesticides, and it doesn't need very special requirements with respect to soil nutrients. It needs some fertilizer, but not that much. Normally, hemp grows the best in some warmer climates than the type of climate that we have in the Netherlands, but even in the Netherlands, hemp is growing pretty fast.
The Dutch are proud of their perfect crop, 3 to 4 metres in height. Commercial hemp is also well established in France, where they have licensed farmers to grow strains that are almost drug-free.
L'utilisation papetière avait réellement débuté. Cultivation for the purpose of papermaking really began around 1960. So now there are between 3,000 and 10,000 hectares. It is used to make special paper, and in particular, cigarette paper. In order to make this kind of paper, you need textile fibres that are very resilient. Hemp is one of the few plants in the world that contains fibres of a very high quality. Et le chanvre est une des quelques plantes dans le monde qui comprennent des fibres de grande qualité.
The United Kingdom licensed commercial hemp in 1993 and is already producing a variety of hemp products, including this fine writing paper. In Australia, the Tasmanian government has allowed this experimental non-drug strain crop at the instigation of Patsy Harmson.
In Australia, we'd be very silly to let a crop like hemp go because it could solve a lot of our problems. One of our major problems is soil degradation, and just like in the old days when hemp was used to repair land after soil erosion, it could just as easily be used these days for repairing our own soil. It's a natural weed suppressant because of the way it grows. It grows on these tall, skinny stalks for good fibre, just with a thick canopy of leaves up above, and that just prevents anything underneath from being able to grow. The other beautiful thing about hemp is its long taproot, and the taproot binds the soil together. The nutrients in the hemp plant are concentrated in both the roots and the leaves and the flower head, and because if you're growing it for fibre, you're only removing the stalk, the roots stay in the ground and the leaves and the flower heads are returned to the soil, which means that you're returning most of your nutrients You're only removing cellulose and water if you're growing it for paper or textiles. Here in Australia, we're virtually giving away our native forests at a price of, say, $70 to $80 a tonne. Hemp, on the other hand, could be a wonderful replacement and would fetch $400 at least a tonne.
Jim Young is one of the few voices in the US paper industry calling for change. He's the executive editor of Pulp and Paper magazine.
North America obviously has been blessed with an abundance of wood fiber, but the situation is changing now. We're coming to the end of the line on the virgin timber, and it's time to look at other sources of fiber to be used in the pulp and paper process here. And hemp is certainly one that should be considered for that use in future operations of our pulp and paper mills.
The federal government has recognized the need for finding alternatives to wood pulp because we're running out of trees. Way back in 1916, they published Bulletin 404 from the United States Department of Agriculture suggesting hemp as an alternative for wood pulp. They discovered that an acre of hemp would yield 4 times as much pulp as a wood fiber on a sustained yield basis. Not only that, hemp can be grown anywhere. It grows like a weed, so that you could very easily supply the pulp mills with hemp and save the few trees that do remain to us for timber.
The textile industry is also experiencing a resurgence of interest in hemp.
The beauty of the hemp fibre is that it could be many things depending on its method of cultivation and the method of processing. These can range from coarse hessians, industrial fabrics such as carpet backings, to the finest linens. With special steam treatment, the fibre can fibrillate and produce a cloth of a silky consistency, which is indistinguishable from natural silk. It's limited only by your imagination and the technology that's been developed over hundreds of years. The fabrics that we're producing at the moment utilises either pure hemp or a blend of hemp and cotton. The jacket, for instance, that I'm wearing at the moment, 100% 11-ounce hemp linen. It has all the characteristics and appeal of a natural linen.
Hey, children, on the land, don't be fooled by the ball of waves. It will cause sorrow and woe for our people and our land.
Hemp is undoubtedly the most durable of the natural fibres. The original Levi jeans were made from recycled sailcloth, which was made from hemp fibre, and it proved its worth under the most trying of conditions. The testing we've done over 3 years, 3 years of very hard wash and wear, don't make the slightest impression on the hemp fibre. It softens, but it doesn't weaken. In terms of yield per acre, hemp probably outproduces cotton by at least 200%, perhaps more under ideal conditions. Unlike cotton, hemp can be grown entirely without pesticides or insecticides.
The cotton industry is basically a chemical industry. It's highly dependent on the use of pesticides at all stages of production, right from the drilling of the seed through to the harvesting. That's pollution of air, water and soil, and eventually people. Cotton is the 4th largest export earner, foreign exchange earner in Australia. It's the heaviest user of pesticides of any rural industry. The cotton industry's got to change, and there's got to be alternatives. Got to have different sorts of crop rotations, use of various sorts of other fibre crops, etc. So we do have this really, really big environmental problem that they don't want to recognise because of the business implications.
The technology is different for processing hemp, so obviously it would cost quite a lot to set up your hemp textile technology. But when you consider how easy it is to grow, how inexpensive it is to grow, because you don't have to pour money into chemicals, and you don't have to do a whole lot of repair work on humans that are getting sick from being in amongst the pesticides. When you consider all of those hidden costs, or pretty glaring costs actually, it's certainly going to be a far more beneficial crop, probably even in the short term.
Prior to 1937, 70 to 90% of all rope, twine and cordage was made from hemp. Hemp-strong fibres can also be utilised in hundreds of composite products. Henry Ford used hemp and other natural fibres to make the body of this car in 1941. William Condy has a redwood lumber business in Oregon. In the face of dwindling redwood supplies, his company has taken some bold steps to solve the problem.
We talk about advanced composites from annual fibers.
is the way to solve the forest crisis. Trees are fiber. That's what we cut them down for. You take a Douglas fir tree, the longest fiber was 3/4 of an inch. Well, here's hemp. And this stuff is like, instead of partials of an inch, this is like feet long. When you're making composites, there's a rule that says that if everything else is equal, the longer the fiber, the stronger the product. The truth of the matter is that hemp is a superior fiber to tree fiber in every way conceivable. What we created here is we created what's called medium density fiberboard. In all of the major strength tests, hemp tested out to be 2 to 3 times stronger than the boards that were made out of tree fiber. We can actually make anything from a 2x4 to the body for a stealth jet bomber.
George Tyson is also an innovative hemp researcher.
The food industry is looking for a water-soluble, biodegradable materials that they will be able to make food containers with in the future, because their primary concern is to take away the materials that formerly found themselves going into landfills and making material that will fully biodegrade or recycle. We certainly believe we could package hamburgers. The trays may look something like this. If these products were tossed out or ground up and spread on the landscape, they would be nature's fertilizers. There would be no toxic effect. This could lead to fast food places serving you the food in a container of a flavor of your choice, strawberry, mint, or chocolate, and then you eat the container as your dessert.
We envision hemp as being a complete new wave of the Industrial Revolution, that there'll be a complete new industry that will come out of this. Actually, there'll be thousands of products that can be derived from this fiber and from the oils of the seed.
Hemp seeds contain up to 40% high-quality oil, a combustible oil that has traditionally been used in lanterns. A simple process now allows it to be converted into a relatively clean substitute for diesel fuel. In past centuries, hemp seed oil was also a major base for durable, non-toxic paints. Many great paintings are hemp oil on hemp canvas. In the Ukraine today, hemp seed oil is still a major ingredient in the commercial paint industry. It is a nutritious base for cosmetics and is also a highly nutritious edible oil.
Hemp seed oil is unique in having such a high proportion of the omega-3 unsaturated fatty acids with a very strong cardioprotective effect. Hemp seed has been used for millennium as a staple food by many people around the world. It has a near complete balance of essential amino acids, second only to soybean.
Well aware of this, Alan Brady is one of the few modern hemp seed chefs.
Once it's in this form, it's all roasted and ground up, you can get creative and you can make a million things. You know, it's like I make halva. If you want to make something where any kind of bread recipe, pancakes, anything, just leave out half your amount of flour and replace it with this stuff right here. Get totally creative, make delicious things, and have fun with it.
After dehulling the seed, Alan produces his premium delicacy, rich and creamy hemp ice cream. Hemp is probably the world's most economical, ecological and easy way to grow protein. And there is no need to worry, hemp seeds are totally drug-free.
If you know a way to save the planet, don't whisper about it, shout about it.
We are hemp revolutionaries. And to present ourselves directly as a hemp revolutionary, it is quite difficult to hear.
Hemp's prohibition in Nepal led to a massive police eradication campaign in the early 90s. But now, only 2 years later, the Valley of Tarakola is unified to defend its traditional hemp industries, primarily rope and seeds. As this region is too high and dry to grow rice, the people depend upon hemp seeds for their survival. Since 1992, the Human Union movement is developing a commercial hemp paper, textile and oil industry, a chemical-free industry providing much-needed employment and income.
They do not have to make hashish out of their plant because they can sell the stalks, they can sell the seeds, they can have food and they can have money from one plant. So the people and the farmers of these surroundings are really appreciating our project here.
This valley has an abundance of hemp and enthusiastic labour. Tarapola's budding hemp industry is potentially a model for sustainable economic prosperity throughout the developing world.
Hemp could be used as a fuel source, an oil source, as well as a paper-making fiber.
Could hemp fuel help us to kick our dependency on highly toxic fossil fuels? Carbon monoxide is the leading cause of death in this country from poisoning. It accounts for more fatalities each year than all drug overdoses combined.
Over history, it would be hard to predict how many people have died from gasoline that didn't know what killed them. It is a poison-spreading material because it is distilled with benzene, hexene, and xylene, and toluene. These chemicals are all known carcinogenic materials.
Could this be the solution? That which fuels a romantic dinner is also a good fuel. Normal drinking alcohol, also known as ethanol, is the cleanest of all liquid fuels. George Tyson is developing techniques to produce ethanol from fast-growing high cellulose plants like hemp.
We jokingly say this is the fuel that if you were burning it in your car, the reason the dog would chase your car was because he liked the smell of the exhaust pipe. As you can see, there's no smoke emitting from this in this room. Try this with a tablespoon or two of gasoline, and you will have the comparative test. Also, when your engine is through burning on gasoline, take it apart and see how much dirty carbon you find in the engine. We found that running a car 3,500 miles, we couldn't even get a white glove dirty when we took our finger inside of the exhaust pipe.
All plants are storehouses of solar energy, and all plants can be fermented to produce ethanol fuel. Plants also produce the oxygen needed to combust the fuel in a car. The emissions, carbon dioxide and water, are reabsorbed by plants. It is a clean and balanced cycle.
When one reviews all of the possible alternative fuels that we may use for transport use, ethanol emerges as about the only one that can achieve significant reductions in carbon dioxide accumulation in the atmosphere.
Even the 10% blend, where you only have 10% ethanol in the gasoline, lowers some emissions as much as 25 to 30%.
For this reason, blends of 10 or 15% ethanol with gasoline are being used in several states in the US and in Australia as a means of reducing air pollution. Ethanol blends also eliminate the need for lead in fuel. The ethanol is being distilled from sugarcane, grains, or residue starch, as is the case with this ethanol plant in Nowra, Australia. Ethanol produced here is also being added to diesel fuel. Buses running on this new 15% ethanol fuel are emitting up to 40% less carbon monoxide, 50% less smoke, and up to 10% less nitrous oxide than straight diesel fuel.
In the context of ethanol making a significant contribution to transport fuel needs, we need to think about producing ethanol from cellulose, or more correctly, lignocellulosic feedstocks.
All plants are made from lignin and cellulose. Fast-growing plants that are low in lignin and high in cellulose are most suitable for producing ethanol.
Things like switchgrass, canaf, hemp has tremendous potential, both because it has many, many products to be produced from it, and also because of the tonnage it can be produced per acre.
Ethanol from lignocellulose crops is being developed by Tyson Xylem Corporation and the Solar Energy Research Institute in the US, and Pace Research and the University of New South Wales in Australia. Research is showing that ethanol could be produced economically on a small farm or community level. It could also become one of the world's major agro-industries, replacing the petroleum industry entirely.
It's estimated that by the year 2000, we will have demonstrated processes and technologies for the production of ethanol from cellulosics that will be able to produce ethanol at a price competitive with crude oil prices. Even the United States could produce all of its transport fuel needs as neat ethanol. Australia, no problem. All of our liquid fuel for transport could be ethanol.
The time has come. The science and technology are complete. Art and culture have reached a peak. Now work with my energy. Work with my energy. Work with my energy.
These days, the hemp plant is most commonly associated with the drug marijuana found in its flowers and leaves. Historically, however, marijuana has been much more than a recreational drug. The father of Chinese medicine, Emperor Shen Nung, included marijuana in his pharmacopoeia almost 5,000 years ago. Recently, marijuana was found in a 1,600-year-old skeleton of a woman giving birth near Jerusalem. Medical literature of the time indicates that marijuana had the power to increase the force of uterine contractions and to provide a significant reduction of labour pain. References to marijuana are also recorded in Egyptian, Assyrian, Greek and Roman writing from the same era. On the Indian subcontinent, marijuana is found in many preparations in ancient Ayurvedic medicine and is still widely used today.
In the last century, marijuana was mainly used in tincture form as a treatment for migraine headaches, for menstrual cramps, for nervous anxiety, as a sedative.
Dr. Lester Grinspoon is the world's foremost researcher and author on medical marijuana.
Now, the modern uses of cannabis are quite striking. First of all, it's people who have to get cancer chemotherapies for the treatment of various kinds of cancer. Some of them lead to the most pernicious nausea and vomiting. And there are drugs which are used, available antiemetic drugs, but even the newest ones don't give everybody relief from this. Give them cannabis, about 90% of them get excellent relief. They refer to it as miraculous. It's used in the treatment of glaucoma. It's a disease of the increase in intraocular pressure, and it can lead to blindness. Well, there are drugs to treat this, but those drugs have a lot of problems with them.
My condition is glaucoma, and after a year of trying the conventional medications, which are very serious, some of them are actually based on nerve gas, and my body did not respond well to them, a doctor decided to uphold his Hippocratic Code instead of the hypocritical law and tell me that if I didn't start using marijuana, I would go blind.
It's been demonstrated that the cannabis has a remarkable capacity to lower intraocular pressure, and there are people now who believe that they have saved their eyesight by using cannabis.
As long as I use marijuana in any way, such as eating it or smoking it, either way, my pressures remain perfectly normal, as if I don't have the disease at all. It's a total deterrent for me.
Cannabis has also been proven to be of therapeutic value in the treatment of AIDS, multiple sclerosis, paraplegia and quadriplegia, asthma, epilepsy, pain relief, and other ailments. It has also been used as a topical antibiotic and analgesic. Dr. Andrew Weil was the first and about the only independent researcher to ever get permission to study marijuana. He carried out his lab experiments at Harvard University Medical School in 1968. He is also a well-known author.
I think the great advantage to trying to find medical uses of marijuana is that it's so non-toxic. Relative to most of the drugs that we use in medicine today, it's very harmless. It just doesn't do that much to the physical body.
But marijuana remains one of the most illegal substances on the planet. In US law, it is placed in the most dangerous category, Schedule 1.
It's in that schedule that drugs like LSD, heroin, and marijuana are placed. And drugs that are in that schedule can't be used at all. They're completely off limits. Can't even do any clinical research. For the last 19 years, all efforts to pry cannabis out of Schedule 1 and just move it to Schedule 2 have failed.
In 1972, the US Drug Enforcement Administration's senior judge, Judge Francis Young, commenced hearings on marijuana.
He came up with a 60-odd page opinion saying marijuana is probably the safest drug in the pharmacopoeia, and it certainly has medical utility, and it should be moved to Schedule 2. It's quite extraordinary just how steadfast the U.S. government has been in not allowing this to be used as a medicine. My hunch is that there's some kind of fear that if we use it as a medicine, the camel will get its nose under the tent, and heavens only knows what might happen.
As Judge Francis Young said, it's unreasonable, arbitrary, and capricious, and I add immoral to that list.
It's become so expensive on the street now that frequently these people who need it for medicinal reasons grow it, and they get caught.
I was arrested and taken to the county jail, which was pretty unpleasant, for the illegal rape, as I call it.
I tried it, and I was able to actually cook a meal and eat it. And ever since then, we smoked it for 2 years, and then that's when we got arrested.
12 agents from the local vice squad played Miami Vice, shattered their front door, put guns to their heads, drug them off to jail.
I didn't have no shoes because they didn't let me, put my shoes on. So I went to jail barefooted. That was my worst nightmare that I've ever had.
It's just awful that these people should have to suffer this way. I mean, the law imposes, here are people who are already suffering from serious diseases and disorders and symptoms, and the law is now imposing another layer of anxiety on these poor people.
go with it.
The American pharmaceutical establishment and government have been very reluctant to allow people to use marijuana for these purposes, because to do so would be to admit that it had positive uses. And one of the fictions that has to be maintained in the war against this evil plant is that it has no redeeming qualities. And if you establish a therapeutic use for it, that would be a redeeming quality. So instead, the government wants people to use synthetic THC or analogs of THC. In my experience, those substances are more toxic and often do not have as good effects as marijuana itself.
THC, or tetrahydrocannabinol, is the active ingredient in marijuana. Ironically, synthetic THC, marketed as Marinol, is legally available for medical use.
Doctors, pharmacists, pharmaceutical companies are very threatened by the idea of people having direct access to substances that really work. And so there is a lot of effort to scare people away from natural medicines by telling them they're dangerous, that things out of nature are more dangerous for you than the products of pharmaceutical companies. And I think that is not a good thing to tell people. In my experience, natural medicines are much, much safer than synthetic and refined ones.
This realization is spreading. In 1991, Dennis Perron launched a San Francisco citywide referendum for medical marijuana. Proposition P won by a landslide. This preceded similar victories in several other US cities and the California statewide initiative of 1996. Now, in downtown San Francisco, the Brownie Mary Rathburn building is home to the Cannabis Buyers Club that serves marijuana to 10,000 patients. Attempts by the federal DEA to close down the building and arrest Perron and his staff have been firmly blocked by the San Francisco city authorities.
2 million people are infected with the HIV virus. 500,000 people get cancer every year. These people are our brothers and our sisters, our relatives, our aunts and uncles, people we love. I don't think that any of these people, any of these relatives would stand in the way of their brothers and sisters getting a medicine that would help them.
Unfortunately, modern usage of the hemp plant centers around only one of its many uses, its ability to alter consciousness. Like the other uses, this is also not a recent phenomenon.
The oldest domesticated plants are the drug plants. We have historical evidence that they were domesticated by people before food crops. In various cultures throughout history, marijuana has been used, valued, because it was a doorway to other states of consciousness.
It's a blessed plant. It's a blessed plant. It can give you a little happiness.
Marijuana has been an important religious sacrament throughout Africa, the Middle East and Asia for thousands of years. In Hinduism, the god Shiva is said to have brought cannabis from the Himalayas for human enjoyment and enlightenment. Why then is marijuana use so controversial in Western culture?
Marijuana cultivation and use in Europe probably was mainly as a fiber plant and food plant. And it's very possible that many people who grew it for fiber and for seeds did not know of its use as a psychoactive drug.
Terence McKenna is a leading researcher and author on the traditional uses of psychoactive plants.
The absence of a straightforward hallucinogen or psychedelic in the flora of Europe has given Western man a kind of particular horror of the kind of boundary-dissolving experiences that attend these plants. Another factor is the Christian church. The reliance of magical folk practitioners on plants was consistently suppressed by the church. So we have evolved our peculiarly alienated form of science and social polity completely in the absence of any connection back into the magical side of nature that Celtic and earlier peoples were very concerned to cultivate. So this, I think, is the source of our particularly destructive relationship to the earth and our particularly alienated state of social relationships among ourselves. Only 100 years has Western humanity and civilization actually grappled with the dilemmas which these substances pose. So we're at the beginning of making an adjustment which many traditional societies made a comfortable accommodation to millennia ago.
Our beginning to make an adjustment has been a rough one.
Our nation has zero tolerance for casual drug use.
When I was in England, I experimented with marijuana a time or two, and I didn't like it. And didn't inhale, and never tried it again.
If you do drugs, you will be caught. And when you're caught, you will be punished.
One of the major concerns is drug use among young people.
I think marijuana can make kids space out and lose their concentration, and I think the only remedy for that is good drug education, especially aimed at young people, about what are appropriate uses of it and what aren't. And I don't think it's a good idea to be stoned in school, for example. But we don't have any real drug education at the moment because in the present climate, that's impossible. You can't admit that illegal drugs have any positive uses. And all of the educational materials that are used in schools are designed to scare people away from that substance by exaggerating its dangers, and that doesn't work.
If you tell a 15-year-old that all these terrible things are going to happen to him or her when they smoke marijuana, and they've already tried it and they know that it didn't, why should they listen to you when you tell them that crack cocaine might kill them? I wouldn't have if I was 15 and was misinformed like that.
I think that kind of education has a very negative effect. I think it enormously stimulates curiosity on the part of young people to try the forbidden substance.
Now, I can imagine a few whispers out there. Maybe you think we'll never get drugs under control, but it's too easy for the dealers to get back on the street. Well, those days are over, too. The revolving door just jammed. Some think there won't be room for them in jail. We'll make room. We're almost doubling prison space. Some think there aren't enough prosecutors. We'll hire them, with the largest increase in federal prosecutors in history.
America is now the country with the highest rate of incarceration. Approximately 20% of criminal convictions are marijuana-related.
There is no inherent psychopharmacological harmfulness of marijuana, which is anyway comparable to the harm of arresting more than 400,000 people, mostly young people, for marijuana transgressions every year in this country.
We will look back on this era and the response to drugs in this country and think that was worse than what happened in the McCarthy era. There's insanity run amok, and there's not a sane voice in the federal government saying anything about it.
All this vigorous prosecution of marijuana, for example, has changed a situation where people grew their own, and usually rather mild marijuana, into a situation where marijuana traffic is dominated by organized crime.
The cash crop in California that is the most profitable is marijuana in California. A number of other states also depend heavily upon the production of marijuana. In addition to that, you have the profits made by banks through laundering money.
What we are doing in the war on drugs is exactly what the most successful drug kingpins like. We are, in a sense, using government money to keep the small-time opposition out of the business, to keep the prices up, and to keep the supply coming from only the most protected sources.
Prohibition breeds corruption, breeds the black market. And we've seen in Australia quite a large number of police officers who have been charged in relation to the supplying of marijuana, and that's the corruption element that's inbred.
Lawrence McKinney holds the patent for extracting natural THC from marijuana plants for medical use, but the war on drugs has prevented him from using his patent.
The major advantage of the drug war to the Justice Department is that the RICO statutes allow them to confiscate and sell anything they can find that's connected to any person who has any large amounts of marijuana. And the result has been such amount of money, over $1 billion last year, that these drug laws are simply phenomenally profitable to the Justice Department.
Fighting a war on drugs is big business now.
It is strictly to encourage this society of people who can't imagine themselves in another job other than fighting a war, and when they run out of wars outside of the country, then we're implementing our own military on our own people, and it's just gotten totally out of hand.
Law enforcement, whether they are military or not, constantly try to take on more and more of the appearance of military, and it's a psychological tactic as much as anything else. When this happens to someone, the helicopters will come down and they'll hover and they'll direct troops, or there'll be troops traipsing in the woods near your house, and your animals will get frightened, and your babies will get frightened, and you'll get frightened, regardless of whether you're involved in anything illegal.
When the walls have begun to crumble, when the laws have begun to burn, when the wind is singing freedom, when the stone begins to turn, when the wind is singing freedom, 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 freedom.
You have vast amounts of money internationally spent to force other countries to go after their marijuana. Nepal was one of the last countries in the world that had a controlled marijuana marketplace, you might say, that was well controlled by the government. Now, because of the pressure from the United States, they made it illegal. With marijuana suddenly illegal, the trafficking was taken over by criminals. And these criminal smugglers very rapidly began to discover there were things that were more valuable than marijuana to smuggle, and infected Nepal and that whole area with heroin smuggling and worse. So it shows you an example of how, just with a few dollars and a little bit of pressure, the United States can take a regulated, non-harmful situation and turn it into a situation of crimes, victims, money, and extortion and death.
The repression of Lebanon's ancient hemp industry occurred recently during the Gulf War at the behest of the US government and Syria's President Assad.
Now, we are friends with Assad, and the United States is backing his efforts to wipe out marijuana growers in Lebanon with tanks. That's what we do with our marijuana policies worldwide. The United States drug policy in toto affects every country.
Eddie Engelsman is head of drug policy for the Dutch government.
We think that cannabis use is hazardous. We have a very, I must say, comprehensive anti-smoking policy. But does this harm or this risk of getting any harm justify such draconic measures? We think no. At least our policy shouldn't do more harm than such a drug would do.
Every major government study ever publicly funded that studied hemp has come to the conclusion that criminalizing it is a bad methodology. Richard Nixon wanted to really drive the stake through the heart of marijuana, so he appointed a 21-member committee.
The Schaefer Commission recommended that marijuana be decriminalized. Nixon just denied the results, rolled right over them.
The recent US study, commissioned by conservative California Governor Duke Majan, recommended that adults be allowed to grow marijuana plants for personal use. The embarrassed governor refused to endorse it. It's a similar story in Australia.
Since 1970, there have been up to 12 inquiries or royal commissions or parliamentary inquiries into the drug marijuana, and all of those inquiries have recommended decriminalisation. Yet no government has been prepared to stand up and say, well, the inquiries have recommended decriminalisation, we will act on the recommendations of the inquiries. All the surveys show that over 50% of the community accept the use of marijuana, and if that is so, then what you're doing is getting a law that is enforcing something that the community doesn't necessarily want enforced.
In Holland, the problem, the issue, is considered an issue of health and welfare. So it's not for the police and the courts. One objective of our cannabis policy, if I may say so, not to prosecute people. It is illegal, but to a certain extent tolerated, which has nothing to do with a laissez-faire approach, but we didn't want to push people underground.
The sale of marijuana is tolerated in many Dutch coffee shops.
Nowadays, cannabis use have nothing to do with users using harder drugs. We have integrated education on cannabis in our general health education system in schools. In America, cannabis use is many times higher than it is in Holland. In spite of all the measures and all their wars and all their warning and just say no campaigns.
So what is the attraction to marijuana?
It does carry a fantasy-inducing, thought-catalyzing quality. It allows the mind to rove and scan in a much more expansive domain of information than is normally the case. I mean, if you don't smoke cannabis, you may spend your evening balancing your check account. If you do smoke cannabis, you may spend your evening contemplating the causes of the Greek Renaissance.
It's a perceptual enhancer. It's like a child seeing something for the first time. There's a little bit of that excitement about the visual world. It enhances the appreciation of music and the graphic arts.
I have met many people who I think have experienced increase in imagination and creativity from experimenting with marijuana, who have discovered themselves as physical, sensual, sexual beings on marijuana who otherwise had not developed that part of themselves.
They find that it's useful in gaining perspective and insight in their lives.
Marijuana creates a receptive, suggestible state which could facilitate certain kinds of therapy. It often increases people's access to their own unconscious, to the images that they have in their mind, to their dreams, to feelings which they otherwise might not be aware of. So I think it could be in the right hands an aid to therapy.
Not everybody is capable of using cannabis in this way, but it can be used in this way by people who make an effort to learn to use it in this way.
Obviously, Western society fails to offer guidance on how to use marijuana beneficially.
I've seen many people who use marijuana addictively, many people who use it all the time, and I think get very little effect out of it. I see people who smoke it and get groggy and doped out.
The real problem is that people do too much. They don't understand that the best way to do cannabis is approximately once a week.
The desire to have altered states of consciousness is basically healthy and normal. It can have bad expressions, And I think in our culture where there's no recognition of that desire and we don't teach young people how to satisfy it in healthy ways, it's obvious that we're going to see a lot of negative expressions of it.
More money has been spent trying to find something wrong with cannabis than any other vegetable material in human history. And what they've come up with is so pathetically thin that I am confident that it amounts to a clean bill of health for this stuff.
US government health authorities estimate that there are about 350,000 deaths per year caused by tobacco and around 125,000 from alcohol. This does not include alcohol's involvement in 50% of all road fatalities and 65% of all murders. There are 14 to 27,000 deaths from legal medicines, and over 1,000 of these have been recorded as overdoses of aspirin. There are around 5,000 deaths from illegal drugs, while ailments related to caffeine kill up to 10,000 people per year. But there have been no deaths attributed to marijuana.
Cannabis is not a health problem. The problem is that it promotes social values and attitudes which are unwelcome in capitalist market-based society. It's just that simple. A drug like coffee, with a horrendous health profile compared to cannabis, is completely welcomed into the marketplace and the home and the lifestyle of modern people. This is simply that we value certain states of mind and we fear and suspect others. And this is based entirely on value systems that are inculcated from above.
Clearly, the discussion as to how society should deal with marijuana is likely to continue for some time. But is marijuana the reason hemp is no longer the major industry it once was? After all, the industrial-grade hemp crop is virtually free of THC. Hemp historian Gatewood Galbraith speaks from his home state of Kentucky.
There are 14 of these historical markers around the central Kentucky commemorating hemp as a cash crop in the state. It's pretty self-explanatory. We were the world's largest producer for over 100 years.
How did hemp go from being a major crop to almost non-existence in a span of around 50 years?
Historical research conducted by our company suggests that it was the discovery of an efficient hemp decorticating machine and the promised resurgence of hemp to industry that led to the imposition of legal sanctions in the United States and the demise of the hemp industry.
In the early 1930s, the American hemp industry remained highly labour-intensive long after competing industries had mechanised. Furthermore, other fibres like manila hemp had begun to be imported from underdeveloped countries where labour was dirt cheap. By 1930, the hemp industry bottomed out at 1,000 acres. But hemp technology finally caught up, and the crop expanded to 14,000 acres in the next 7 years. Hemp was poised to become the new billion-dollar crop, as reported in Popular Mechanics and Mechanical Engineering magazines, written in early 1938. A factory in Illinois had begun producing fine bond paper from hemp fibre. Hemp with its high cellulose content could also now be made into, quote, more than 25,000 products ranging from dynamite to cellophane and all manner of plastics. But in the mid-30s, DuPont Chemicals patented processes to make nylon and plastics from oil and coal.
A resurgence of the hemp industry would seriously have threatened the emerging petrochemical industries, with their synthetic fibre nylon being invented in 1935.
First was a big printer back in the 20s and 30s, and he had vast interest in timberland for paper pulp, which could be used as a result of a chemically intensive paper pulp process developed by DuPont and patented by DuPont. They made their fortunes with these chemical shipments for the paper pulp industry, and hemp represented a less chemically intensive way of manufacturing a higher grade paper. Consequently, DuPont saw it as an economic competitor.
William Randolph Hearst, the owner of the largest newspaper chain in the United States between the world wars, started publishing newspaper articles linking cannabis with violent crime. They renamed the plant marijuana to dissociate it from the hemp medicines, the hemp rope and fabric that Americans have been using profitably for generations. Many stories in his papers told of blacks or Mexicans using marijuana and being disrespectful or violent to whites, or trying to push their drug to innocent whites. The campaign succeeded in getting racist white organisations to support cannabis prohibition. Hearst and Harry Ainslinger, the then director of the Bureau of Narcotics, managed to get marijuana made illegal in 1937, thus destroying the hemp industries. This timing is interesting. The alcohol prohibition had just ended, and the people who had enforced it needed new jobs. This may well be why Ainslinger pushed so hard to get cannabis banned.
In Anslinger's words, if the hideous monster Frankenstein came face to face with the monster marijuana, he would drop dead of fright. Reefer Madness was one of the many movies made to whip up an anti-marijuana frenzy.
The sale of marijuana is even more difficult to detect and hold than the traffic in drugs such as opium, morphine, and heroin. More deadly, even than these soul-destroying drugs, is the menace of marijuana. Under the influence of the drug, he killed his entire family with an axe. laws why the drug marijuana to which it was addicted. It is recommended, Your Honor, that the defendant be placed in an institution for the criminally insane for the rest of his natural life.
The prohibitionist mentality was abhorred by our founding fathers and by Lincoln and by every other great leader in America. They never had the power to prohibit, but they soon gave themselves the power to tax. The laws which outlawed marijuana were not prohibitive criminal statutes. They were tax acts. The 1937 Marijuana Tax Act, where an ounce of marijuana was taxed at $200, and it was selling on streets for $1.
At that time, congressmen voting on this piece of legislation were not aware that marijuana was hemp, cannabis hemp, that that country had been using profitably for centuries. The hemp prohibition was initiated by American petrochemical companies in the 1930s to destroy the economic potential of hemp. It has nothing to do with the chemical effects of cannabis drugs or their perceived danger. It's a blatant case of industrial espionage to remove competition from evolving petrochemical substitutes for superior natural fibres. This was why the prohibition was brought in 1938, and this is why the prohibition is maintained.
Despite hemp being a major fibre crop in America and the world last century, mention of hemp has been erased from museums and textbooks. This display on the history of American textiles in Washington's Smithsonian Institute contains no mention of hemp. When asked why, museum curator Arkido replied, "Children don't need to know about hemp anymore, it confuses them." Similarly, in the National Textile Museum, there is no mention of hemp, either on display or in the library catalogue. Another example of the hemp cover-up was the attempted destruction of all traces of the US Department of Agriculture's film, Hemp for Victory. This film, made in 1942, was used to encourage patriotic US farmers to grow hemp for the war effort. After 45 years of burial in government archives, it was rediscovered in 1989 by hemp activists.
In 1942, 14,000 acres of fiber hemp were harvested in the United States. The goal for 1943 is 300,000 acres. Thus, hemp, Cannabis sativa, the old standby cordage fiber, is staging a strong comeback. American hemp will go on duty again. Hemp for mooring ships. Hemp for tow lines. Hemp for tackle and gear. Hemp for countless naval uses, both on ship and shore. Hemp for victory.
Straight after the war, however, the government once again abolished the hemp industry and eventually criminalised the plant.
100 years ago, the farmer produced all of the fiber, all of the medicine, all of the fuel, and all of the food that the society consumed. That's what farming is. You raise those four basic categories, fiber, food, medicine, and fuel, and you sell them in the cities. They're the basic necessities of life. The money flows out of the cities back to the landowner and to the producer, where land is a means of production of wealth. It's been that way for thousands of years. Today, 100 years later, the farmer doesn't produce any fiber. If they do with cotton, which accounts for 50% of the pesticides and herbicides used in the agricultural sector. The farmer doesn't raise any medicine. It's all been monopolized by the pharmaceutical companies. The farmer doesn't raise any fuel. It's all been monopolized by the petrochemical companies. And if you go into a grocery store and look at the ingredients on the package, you'll find out how rapidly the farmer is being displaced from their heritage of food production. It's all been taken over by the synthetic manufacturers who, in producing these synthetic products, create the toxic waste and the hazardous byproducts with which we're having such a tough time dealing. And not only that, it concentrates wealth in the hands of fewer and fewer people all the time, because the means of production of wealth is no longer the land. It is now the factories and the shareholders and the people who own the controlling interest in those corporations. Does government have the right to tell man or woman that they cannot plant a seed in God's green earth and consume the green natural plant that comes up out of it? That seems such an inalienable right. That seems such a natural and basic way of communing with Mother Earth and with the natural cycle effects.
It really is only a matter of time before hemp returns to Australian industry and commerce. A lot of preliminary work has been done. We have literally thousands of hectares ready to be turned over to hemp cultivation. Factories to handle the downstream processing of the fibres are ready and waiting. The industry can develop very quickly once these foolish bureaucratic limitations are removed.
It is just such a simple and benign solution, and if we don't do it, I think we're going to lose just about everything that we hold dear.
hemp could be and will be the greatest economic engine that we have seen probably in the history of the human race.
Marijuana History 101. Or should I say extremely brief Marijuana History 101. It's big, complicated, and we'll only be able to scratch the surface. So let's get started. The first thing that strikes one as odd when looking at the history of marijuana, which is also known as cannabis, is how very much legal it once was. In fact, it wasn't only legal, it just happened to be one of the largest agricultural crops in the world, including the United States. You see, cannabis can also be hemp. And just what is hemp? Well, it's by and large the most robust, durable, natural soft fiber on the face of this planet. Up until 1883, and for thousands of years before, cannabis hemp was the largest agricultural crop in the world. It had thousands of uses and products. The majority of fabric, lighting oil, medicines, paper, and fiber came from hemp. The first marijuana law to exist in the United States was a law ordering farmers to grow hemp. Benjamin Franklin used it to start one of America's first paper mills. The first 2 copies of the Declaration of Independence were written on cannabis hemp paper. Up until the 1800s, most of the textiles in the United States were made with hemp. 50% of medicine marketed in the last half of the 19th century was made from cannabis. Even Queen Victoria used the resin extracts from cannabis to alleviate her menstrual cramps. But the funny thing about industrial hemp was you couldn't get high from it. Yet, it was lumped in with the following, which also made little sense. Reefer madness. In the early 20th century, yellow journalism had surfaced. Articles depicted blacks and Mexicans as frenzied beasts who would smoke marijuana, play devil's music, and heap disrespect and viciousness on the readership, a majority of which happened to be white. Some offenses included looking at a white woman twice, laughing at a white person, or even stepping on white men's shadows. And this ended up leading to a law in the form of a tax stamp. A tax stamp that would not only include marijuana, but also hemp and cannabis medicines. It speculated that hemp's potential for an abundance of new products was going to be in direct competition with other sources. And this, added to the reefer madness, led to the eventual downfall of all forms of cannabis. Popular Mechanics magazine had actually prepared an article entitled New Billion-Dollar Crop. Hemp was touted as being able to produce more than 5,000 textile products from its thread-like fiber, and more than 25,000 products from its cellulose, ranging from dynamite to cellophane. Its superiority as a source for paper was also becoming known, especially with the development of hemp processing equipment. Now, the new Marijuana Tax Act was all fine and dandy, except for one thing. If you wanted to grow hemp, you needed to buy a stamp. But they weren't giving any out to anybody. And so, in effect, all forms of cannabis became illegal. Things pretty much stayed that way until World War II, when the government decided that hemp once again was a good thing and produced a video, Hemp for Victory. But by the time the war was over, hemp again became bad. And in 1948, when marijuana law once again came into question, Congress recognized that marijuana was made illegal for the wrong reason. It didn't make people violent at all. It made them pacifists. The communists would use it to weaken America's will to fight. Congress now voted to keep marijuana illegal for the exact opposite reason they had outlawed it in the first place. And all through the years, report after report, commissioned by everybody, from the mayor of New York to the president of the United States, has come back with the view that marijuana should have no criminal penalty attached to it. Yet, marijuana remains as illegal today as it did nearly 70 years ago. Marijuana. It's become big business. A multi-billion-dollar business, both in Canada and the United States. But why has it become such a big business? Here in British Columbia alone, it's speculated that the illegal BC marijuana trade brings in upwards of $7 billion annually. And up to 85% of that product heads south to the United States. Having become an international issue, when do the lines blur? How does a massive underground market like this survive while remaining illegal? Why is marijuana illegal in the first place? And if prohibition is meant to protect us, I guess the most obvious question is, does the prohibition work?
If prohibition worked, okay, if you could just wave a magic wand and say, this has gone away, I'd be all over it, you know. But the fact of the matter is that prohibition has never worked.
You know, we've been here before. You remember the first prohibition, right? Which was?
Prohibition of alcohol.
No, I'm talking about the first prohibition. thou shalt not partake of the fruit of the tree of knowledge? And who was the big cop? And how many people did he have to watch? 2.
What are the goals of this prohibition?
I assume the goals of prohibition are to reduce the amount of drugs available and to reduce the demand for those drugs. In both instances, cannabis prohibition's an utter failure.
Has the prohibition stopped people from using marijuana?
You get a phone call that says, I'm from the federal government. I want to know whether you've been using cocaine or marijuana recently. Presumably you might be getting a little bit of an underestimate.
In 1937, there were estimated to be 55,000 marijuana users, and now they're estimated to be more than 50 million of them. That's a 100,000% increase.
Seems to be quite a few of them.
Yes, I'm afraid there are.
Whether the drug is criminalized or decriminalized does not affect the rates of smoking of cannabis, either uptake or discontinuation.
So what are the dangers of using marijuana?
I don't know.
I don't know. Gives you like a rapid heartbeat. Smoker's high.
I'm sure it has some effect on your brain function, memory.
I don't know, is there something unhealthy about moving slowly? It's not good for you. You're not fully conscientious of what you're doing.
Thicken some membranes in your brain or something.
Well, it's been science. I guess I'm being told it's been scientifically proven that marijuana kills your brain cells.
That's the one I remember. Marijuana kills brain cells.
I thought the same thing. I didn't start smoking pot until about 5 years ago. I thought pot made you stupid. I bought into it just as much as anybody did. I realized when I was like 30 years old, I was tricked. I was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me.
1974, the Heath Tulin study. Ronald Reagan announces, the most reliable scientific sources say permanent brain damage is one of the inevitable results of the use of marijuana. Monkeys pumped full of marijuana, apparently 30 joints a day, had begun to atrophy and die after 90 days. Brain damage was determined after counting the dead brain cells of both monkeys who had been subjected to the marijuana and ones who had not. This study became the foundation of the government, and other special interest groups claim that marijuana kills brain cells. Here's what they didn't tell you. After 6 years of requests, how the study was conducted was finally revealed. Instead of administering 30 joints a day for 1 year, Dr. Heath used a method of pumping 63 Colombian-strength joints through a gas mask within 5 minutes over 3 months.
They suffocated the monkeys. What they did is they put these gas masks basically on their face and they pumped pot into it, but without additional oxygen. So after X amount of time, the brain shut down. Well, if you suffocate, the first thing that's going to happen is your brain cells are going to die with lack of oxygen. So what they did is they suffocated the monkey, showed all these dead brain cells, and then went on to associate it by saying that cannabis use causes your brain cells to die. And how many people, not knowing the origin of the study, have gone on to quote it and re-quote it. And now people believe it.
Studies since have shown no signs of any brain cell damage. In 2005, new research suggested that marijuana could possibly stimulate brain cell growth. That study hasn't received the same attention. Another common belief, marijuana causes lung cancer.
In the 1999 study by the Institute of Medicine that was paid for by the United States government, they had to use words like may and should cause cancer.
We've been hearing for years them trying to say that it causes lung cancer, and we say, really, that's interesting because you can't even show us one case of cancer being caused by cannabis use alone.
You definitely have to do it moderately because it does paralyze the cilia, but if it's not radioactive, you're probably not going to get cancer from it.
Smoking it can be harmful because of the proper use of smoke.
Not as a result of anything in the cannabis plant, but because they're intaking heated plant matter into their lungs.
People said, well, you don't know, we haven't been smoking it long enough. Look what happened with cigarettes. We've had about 4 decades, or more than 4 decades of experience. If this was going to show up, it should have shown up by now.
Finally, a study came out just in the last month verifying that cannabis smoke does not cause cancer. It's different than nicotine. And the elements in the tobacco smoke do cause cancer, and the elements in the marijuana don't.
There's no cases of marijuana-only smokers getting brown lung syndrome. There's no cases of marijuana-only smokers getting emphysema. Strange for a plant that's so dangerous. How come none of that?
Marijuana is as bad for you or worse than tobacco? Impossible. If they had the evidence, they'd be putting emaciated bodies or emphysema, lung cancer, black lungs, they would be parading them throughout the media. They don't have one. Yet people somehow or other think that it might cause the same thing.
In fact, if you look at the straight deaths from substances, a different type of picture starts to appear. The #1 killer in the country? It beat out AIDS, heroin, crack, cocaine, alcohol, car accidents, fire, and murder combined. Tobacco.
That's a nasty, dirty thing to say, son. A lovely, pure white cigarette causing cancer. It gets me right here.
With an average of 430,000 deaths per year, considering it's a #1 killer, it's interesting to know that tobacco receives government subsidies and is grown with radioactive fertilizer.
Now get out there and sell cigarettes.
#2 on the list, if we don't include poor diet and physical inactivity, with well over 85,000 deaths a year, alcohol. As we look much further down the list, there are others that may surprise you. Caffeine comes in with 1 to 10,000 deaths a year. And some of our most popular pain relievers, non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs such as aspirin, still make an appearance with over 7,500 deaths annually. Where does marijuana lie in this? What kind of staggering number do we find?
I don't know, 50,000? 250,000? 300,000?
For marijuana, I'd probably say then 80,000.
I would say it would be hundreds of billions.
Get ready for it. Here it comes.
There are no deaths from cannabis use anywhere. You can't find one.
In 10,000 years of known use of marijuana, there's never been a single death attributed to marijuana. There's 400,000 deaths in America alone every year that are directly attributed to tobacco.
I've heard that you have to smoke something like 15,000 joints in 20 minutes to get a toxic amount of delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol. I challenge anybody to do that.
And even in the animal studies where people have loaded the animals up with doses that would be hundreds of times what a human could possibly be exposed to, no, the animals don't die. The LD50 seems to be astronomical.
You can die from ingesting too much aspirin. You can die from ingesting too much coffee.
The drug lawyers who say we have to protect society, save these people, are being just a little bit disingenuous.
Not one university or medical facility has ever recorded a single death directly attributed to marijuana. But never mind that. There's other problems, other reasons to fear it. Take addiction, for example. There are more kids in addiction clinics for marijuana than any other substance. This must mean that marijuana is the most addictive substance today.
It's undoubtedly true that there are more teenagers and kids in treatment for marijuana than all the other drugs combined. What the DEA never tells you is why that's true.
A kid is caught possessing or smoking marijuana. He's taken to court. He's given a choice. Either you some horrible penalty, or you go to a treatment center. Obviously chooses to go to treatment, and goes to treatment there, he's considered an addict.
But then the DEA gets the point of that stat and say, look at all these kids in treatment for marijuana. God, it must be because today's marijuana is not the marijuana that your parents were smoking.
As far as I understand, only 3% of the people in treatment for marijuana are there voluntarily. The other 97% were told to by their guardian or told to by a judge. So you can choose between jail or treatment. A lot of people choose treatment.
It provides no basis for speaking about addiction. Anybody who is at all sophisticated about marijuana would rate them the way two researchers were asked to rate drugs in order of addiction. Nicotine was 1, alcohol was 2, then heroin, then cocaine, then coffee, and then marijuana. There may have been a couple of other drugs, but marijuana was at the very bottom, below coffee.
This narcotic, unlike the opiates, the synthetics, and cocaine, is non-addictive.
What do you mean by non-addictive?
By non-addictive, it is meant that the user of marijuana, when deprived of the drug, will not experience the agonies of withdrawal. It is habituating, but its use can be discontinued.
Then what is its danger?
It's used as a scapegoat for covering up underlying problems in people, especially young people. Here I am, don't ignore me.
If you use marijuana on a daily basis for a year or so, and you stop using it, you're going to notice some differences, but nothing like the kind of withdrawal people will experience in withdrawing from either tobacco or heroin.
But why would the government and the DEA want to put a statistic like that out there? We'll learn more about that later. The gateway theory.
Is marijuana a gateway drug?
Yes, I think it is.
Yeah,
I don't exactly know why, but I know it is.
It opens a doorway to other drugs.
It makes you want to experience more.
It makes you feel good.
Yeah.
People want to experience something else and, have I guess, more dreams.
Its greatest danger lies in the fact that it is a stepping stone to the harder drugs, such as morphine and heroin.
That's why there are people that want to legalize marijuana. They figure if they can get the young people of this country onto hard drugs, they can destroy your generation, or in this generation.
In the days of Harry Anslinger, it was called the stepping stone hypothesis. If you stepped on this stone, marijuana, you were bound and determined to go on to the next stone, which would be one of the so-called hard drugs.
Every time it's been studied and looked at and so on, they have never ever found that there's certainly nothing in marijuana that makes you want to go to anything else.
There is no inherent psychopharmacological property of the drug which pushes one toward another drug.
I'll smoke a joint. I want a bag of chips and fucking junk food. I don't want to go out and get ripped.
I drink alcohol. That's my drug of choice. It could be said I started on milk. I mean, this is crazy. If I use marijuana, why does that automatically make me a candidate to black tar heroin? It's a nonsensical argument.
In fact, only 1 out of every 104 marijuana users use cocaine, and less than 1 use heroin.
The black market throws the dealers of soft drugs together with the dealer of hard drugs.
So if you have a black market, and you have a dealer that's dealing in marijuana and LSD and everything else, and the dealer might say to you, hey, you want to try something stronger? Well, in that sense, because of the black market, because of prohibition, people may be more susceptible to seeing these other drugs and being willing to try these other drugs.
And so what you see is that there is a gateway effect. But it's a gateway effect caused by prohibition and the blending of the hard and soft drug markets.
Where does this leave us? Oh, wait. What about laziness? You will be useless to society if you use marijuana. But if that's true, well, there are about 50 million people who smoke marijuana in America, and over half of the Canadian population who've tried it. And yet, both societies seem to flourish. And just look who some of these people are.
Stephen Jobs developed Apple Computers smoking pot. Ted Turner developed CNN News smoking pot. Still smokes a joint every day. You go through every musician you like, from the Rolling Stones to the Beatles to Led Zeppelin, they all smoke pot.
Snoop Dogg, Willie Nelson.
Come on, Bill Clinton
He didn't inhale, man.
He didn't inhale. Don't be so naive.
Virtually every presidential candidate has now copped to using marijuana at some time in his or her life.
A few times in the Army, I tried marijuana. It was not a significant part of my life.
I had a senior law enforcement official tell me that in his judgment, up to a quarter of the White House staff when they first came in had used drugs in the last 4 or 5 years.
The people that have personality problems and the people that are going to be lazy and going to lose their job, they're going to lose their job anyway. They're not losing their job because of marijuana. That's just a lie.
I love Tommy Chong. I think that a lot of the Cheech and Chong episodes that people believed, not knowing that Tommy wrote and directed the movies, thinking that, you know, that's what a stupid stoner looks like. No, actually, that's what a really brilliant creative genius looks like, acting like somebody you think's a stoner.
And none of this is borne out in the research or when you look at people who are long-term users and happen to be lawyers, judges, doctors, and, writers.
But what about the potency of the drug?
Marijuana is dangerous. There's higher THC levels than ever before.
Anytime you got a bag of Colombian dope 20 years ago, it was way better than the Mexican swag that you normally got. So there's always been a range of THC in plants, and the fact that we can now grow stuff that's equivalent of what Colombian was 20 years, well, it doesn't mean that we're boosting THC unheard of levels. It just means, there are some nuances in this discussion that people should be aware of.
And I actually think that it's a real stroke of our own ego to think that for the 50 or so years of prohibition, we've improved upon varieties that have been cultivated for drug use in places like India and such for thousands of years.
People say, well, you can abuse marijuana. Well, shit, you can abuse cheeseburgers too. You don't go around closing Burger King because you can abuse something. I can take a fucking fork and jam it in my eyeballs. That mean fork should be illegal? I could jump off a bridge. Should we outlaw bridges? Let's nerf the world.
But what about all the crime and violence associated with marijuana?
From beat cop to police chief, I saw ample evidence of the harm caused by alcohol and the absence of evidence caused by marijuana use. And I mean the complete absence. I cannot recall a single case in which marijuana contributed to domestic violence, crimes of theft, and the like.
You want to know what a weed smoker looks like? You're staring at one. I'm a weed smoker. I'm not crazy or, I'm not stabbing you right now.
Most of the violent crime that's committed, or most of the crime period that's committed having to do with drugs, is people who are on drugs committing violent crimes. If you make it legal, if you make it cheaper, you make it more available, you're going to have more violence, more addiction,
Tom, that is
more
not
crime.
true. Stop lying to us.
Oh, now come on.
Stop lying to us. That is not true. Don't tell me that. I've smoked pot, Tom.
But
I've admitted it. I've done it. I've done all of the big three. I've done tobacco, I've done alcohol, and I've done marijuana, Tom. Guess what? Marijuana's the least of the three, pal.
You guys prove me wrong or whatever. I want to hear someone that has smoked too much weed and went home and beat his wife and beat his children or whatever like you see on booze.
The only big issue on alcohol is drunken driving and binge drinking among college students. Otherwise, you can drink to your heart's content.
There are far more crimes committed under the influence of unadulterated, if you will, emotions. Anger, rage, jealousy.
A lot of our understanding is driven by what's in the paper and on the television and the radio these days, and we get extremes, and the black and white thinking is reinforced, I think, by that.
If only there was something to compare it to. Something that was prohibited at one time but is now regulated. So we could see what the difference might be. What could that be? What could that be?
Under prohibition of alcohol, everything got worse. Everything.
Alcohol prohibition really birthed and gave rise to massive organized criminal groups within the United States. It led to a general disregard for the law and a general disregard for police activity because it was a law that most people didn't obey.
Would you have supported the prohibition of alcohol 75 years ago?
Well, I'm glad you brought up the alcohol example. I mean, as a governor, you must have known firsthand the cost of alcohol. I hear this argument a lot of times, like alcohol.
That isn't what I asked you, Tom. I asked you a specific question. Don't give me spin. I said, would you have supported the prohibition of alcohol 75 years ago?
I don't think I would have.
Why?
Because alcohol, for better or worse, and a lot of times for worse, it's a close call, is a long-trenched and ingrained part of our culture and our society. I mean, you go back thousands of years, the first writing is about alcohol, the Bible, everything else. It's really hard to reach in
Tom, wait and a
pull
minute.
this out of
Let
society.
me inject something then. And if you believe that God also made the marijuana plant.
I'm talking about our culture and our society.
You just said the Bible.
Alcohol poisoning went up by 600% during Prohibition. There were more speakeasies in large cities like New York City under Prohibition than there are taverns and liquor stores today.
Sure, one can point to alcohol as being a continuing social problem, but we don't have people shooting each other over alcohol.
When alcohol was prohibited, people lived at that time to know the difference between prohibition and non-prohibition. They could see that the prohibition of alcohol caused the emergence of gangsters in the underworld that took control of these substances. Alcohol then was no longer in their control.
Could this be the same for marijuana?
It strengthens organized crime, without a doubt. Because you have to be a criminal to sell it. It's that simple.
This brings crime into it. That's why the benefits and the ability to make money is so huge in it.
Weapons were used to intimidate people, and we seized approximately 50 weapons, sawed-off shotguns, and most of them are loaded.
Where's all this competition we've heard so much about? Do you call these prices low?
Marijuana is just a weed. And marijuana is worth more ounce for ounce than gold.
You don't find legal commodities, at $200 an ounce. You don't even find them at $200 a pound. Heck, most things are $200 a ton for corn and grain and barley.
That's why when you walk 10 pounds of marijuana across the border into the United States, it becomes worth 20 pounds.
You create an artificially inflated value for that drug that is so huge that people decide it's worth murdering people in order to control this market.
I think the Fraser Institute called cannabis prohibition a gift of revenue to organized crime.
But what do growers and dealers think of this?
Would you like to see the government in the future legalize marijuana here in D.C.?
Stealing money from us?
I know I wouldn't like to see it legalized. The government would control and regulate the product, and that could potentially hurt a lot of people in the industry.
How can you compete with factories have perfectly rolled out doobies? They'd perfect it, and we'd all be out of money.
It makes for strange bedfellows. You've got the police and the high-level drug dealers both agreeing that we should maintain this prohibition. Well, when you got high-level drug dealers saying prohibition is good, you might want to scratch your head a little and think, well, shoot, why would they want to continue prohibition?
I can't imagine why a grower who's making $150,000 or $300,000 a year would ever want to see marijuana legalized. I mean, the last thing a grower wants is sensible policy. The madness continues and they continue to get rich.
You know, Betty, I'm going to bring this up at the business meeting tomorrow.
You make the penalty stiffer? You know what? Good. For those people who are not getting caught, price goes up.
See, so not only do we allow them to tell us how much drugs are going to be supplied, the potency of those drugs, who they're going to sell to, where they're going to sell them, just to make sure they get it all right, we let them keep all the profits.
So you've got essentially a Wild West. You've got an unregulated market in which anything can happen. It certainly may work for things that people generally accept, but if you try to prohibit something that's in demand, that the people want, then it's pure folly.
And without control, it's hard to regulate areas of concern, like keeping it out of the hands of our children. There have been some studies that suggest heavy sustained long-term use from adolescence to adulthood has the potential to exacerbate symptoms of those with a genetic predisposition for schizophrenia. And although there is strong evidence that refutes this, it does lead one to question, could there be a better way of deterring children from using, rather than letting dealers decide what age is appropriate?
For the last 10 years, our children across the United States have said that it's easier to buy illegal drugs than it is to buy beer and cigarettes.
It's harder to get beer because you have to go through a regulated establishment that's going to check ID, that's going to have those safeguards in place, that isn't just going to sell it to you because you got $40 in your pocket.
The guy down on the street corner, he doesn't want to know how old they are. He don't want to see an ID. He says, show me the money. And if they get the money, it doesn't matter if that child is 4 years old. They're going to get the dope.
If you can't control the sale of the product, how on earth are you going to keep it out of the hands of kids?
Could we be the creators of what we now see as some of our biggest problems? Have our solutions been prelude to our worst fears?
Yeah, the use of the criminal law for the basis of public health is a wholly bad idea, no matter how you cut it.
It doesn't work. You cannot legislate morality.
One person can say it's immoral to legalize it just as much as someone can say it's immoral not to legalize it. It doesn't get you anywhere. You have to have a rational policy debate by talking about the consequences.
Now, I've had young people tell me that, well, your generation had a martini and that was your crutch, and why can't we have our own kind of crutch? You know what? Why don't you be a generation that doesn't have to have any kind of crutch?
It's a lot easier argument. You just say, oh, it's immoral. And you don't have to debate why it is that alcohol kills so many more people than marijuana, or why it is that tobacco takes 7 years off your life, and you can't establish that marijuana does anything particularly.
If people do drugs and they commit crimes around those drugs, they should in fact be punished. But you can't punish someone for something that hurts no one.
We should legalize marijuana, tax the hell out of it, and put every dime back into the healthcare system.
Taxation and legalization? Doesn't that seem a little extreme? Wouldn't it be better to just decriminalize?
The distinction is simple. Legalization of marijuana makes it a product that is legally available to adults.
That doesn't mean that there's unregulated distribution, unregulated sale, and unregulated use.
The decriminalization of marijuana still makes it an offense. You're not going to go to jail for it under a decriminalized model, but society is still saying no, 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 no.
It doesn't address the problems of organized crime, and it doesn't create a situation where you have retail sales.
Decriminalization is just kind of a goofy concept. To say that it's legal to own something, to use it, to possess it, but not to produce it or sell it, it just seems like this illogical position, because where did this stuff come from?
It's the worst of both worlds. Sends out an incredibly bad message. Should be controlled like alcohol, like tobacco.
The total impact for the U.S. budget from legalizing marijuana and taxing it at rates like alcohol and tobacco is somewhere in the $10 to $14 billion range. It can be used to pay for healthcare costs. It can be used to rebate to lower taxes and give people lower tax rates. It can be used for highways, for hospitals, for national defense. It's $14 billion and can be used for whatever its best use is.
The production or the harvesting, the packaging, the sales of marijuana could be handled essentially the way we handle alcohol. You sell to a kid, you sell to somebody under the influence, your license is in jeopardy. That license ought to be hard to get and easy to lose.
It seems to make sense. It's a little jarring, but nowhere are these issues more relevant than here in BC. Yes, marijuana is illegal here. And yes, police actively pursue growers and dealers. But that doesn't stop the market from thriving. It's believed that the illegal BC marijuana trade industry employs anywhere from 90 to 150,000 people. And the product is now known around the world. It's even been given its own name.
BC Bud.
Bud. BC Bud.
British Columbia Bud? I don't know what you are meaning.
BC Bud? BC Bud? You guys know what BC Bud is?
No.
You guys know what British Columbia is?
No. Is it in Britain?
No, it's in Canada. When I say BC is famous for
pot,
weed and hippies.
Mountain Sea, marijuana.
I used to think of the beachcombers back in the days, but now I just think of that BC Bud.
Do you know what BC Bud is?
No.
Oh, it's really well known. BC Bud is bud that comes from British Columbia, and that's why they call it BC Bud, or Beasters. Dude, you got the Beasters? Yeah, I got the Beasters, which means you got bud from BC.
You know what the word grow up is?
I'd say it's pretty common knowledge here what a grow up is.
People do them in their houses or in their basements.
I surprised it's in their dictionary. A grow up is something that happens inside somebody's house, like one of our friends or something, and they just grow weed inside the house.
Do you know anybody that's growing marijuana?
I don't, well, no.
Kelowna. My hometown. With a population of only 100,000, Kelowna is said to house well over 1,000 grow-ups. A police officer stated in the local paper, if they were to bust one grow-up every day for a year, they would still be nowhere near getting rid of them. And Kelowna's not alone.
Where are they in BC? They're everywhere. They're in every single corner of the province. There is no community in the province that doesn't have grows and hasn't had an increase in grows.
But the fact is that there's thousands and thousands and thousands of grow-ops all over British Columbia. And the most common thing you hear when they raid a grow-op is from the neighbors is, I had no idea they were growing pot on my street.
You know, if you actually took my estimate seriously, that there were 17,000 grow-ops in British Columbia in the year 2000, if you took that seriously, you're looking at roughly 1 out of every 100 dwelling units in British Columbia. We need to have a sense of that.
Not bad for a province with a population of only 4 million people.
It certainly changed a great deal from the 70s and 80s when it was an import-export business to the domestic production business of the 90s and beyond.
That would make us Columbia North. We're talking a lot of production.
The reality is that there's a huge range of people involved in the marijuana industry in British Columbia. It's not a hierarchy. People don't beat you up if you go into the marijuana industry. It ranges from people growing a few plants to members of motorcycle clubs and others possibly being involved in the business.
Police at one time used to attend to every single call that came to their attention. Somebody would call and say, I think there's a grow. Police would do an investigation, do a full investigation. Well, that has dropped over 7 years to where it's only about half the time.
But it seems to me that if we look around and talk to people who are living in the real world, one of the things we discover is that we don't understand it very well. And when we see these numbers like 1% of all dwelling units potentially are involved in marijuana grow-ops, it certainly ought to give our politicians perspective on what it is they're trying to do.
So how does one find these grow-ups? For police, it involves the use of forward-looking infrared cameras that can detect the above-normal heat radiating from a grow-up, or the sniff test. But if all else fails, this, Grow Watch. Communities have become so flooded with grow-ups in BC that some neighborhoods have started their own watch programs. This one, set up by the Chilliwack RCMP, even has an education package with phases: training, neighborhood cooperation, certification. Once certified, you are able to hang this sign which shows that you are a neighborhood that does not approve of marijuana grow operations. There are questions provided to citizens in order to aid them in identifying a grow-op. Questions like, do the residents keep to themselves? Was the sound of construction heard coming from the basement soon after occupants took over the residence? Is there condensation visible on the windows? Is the yard unkept? The education package does state that a positive response to one or some of these questions does not necessarily indicate that the residents are involved in criminal activity. Maybe that's a good thing. But why is it that grow-ups are popping up in virtually every neighborhood of BC? How much money can actually be made by simply growing some plants in your basement? What do these grow-ups look like anyway? We finally got a grower. Right now we're driving to meet them. It's around 8 lights. It's not a huge show. This is what they use for clippers and stuff like that. When they hire clippers to do a show, you put these on, and if people are looking from the outside, it just looks pretty much like you're wearing sunglasses. But when you're on, I mean, I can't put them on right now because I'm driving. Won't be able to see. This is everyone's getting glasses. Director, other producer. We just wait for the phone call, so we'll keep you in line for when this comes to. Oh, I see the vehicle pulled up. Maybe that's them. Hello? Okay, so put the glasses on. Okay.
Now, can you tell them we're just gonna have the camera running, but we're gonna have the lens cap on? Is that cool?
Okay. Yeah. No. Hey, Diggs, we're gonna have the camera running, but we're gonna have the cap on, so there's no video. Yeah, just do it. Just do that. Just put the cap on. How you guys doing? See that heart rate increased? So you're coming back? Yeah, I'll wrap over. Okay, good.
You want the camera?
Yeah.
Cool. You're not feeling motion sickness?
Oh yeah, no, I'm feeling it. I'm feeling sick.
You know, we're just gonna hold people's arms and kind of guide them inside.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying, so I don't fall on my face here.
I get used to that. So.
A real grow-op. The grower admitted that this wasn't the biggest of grow-ops. In fact, it was probably on the small end of the scale in terms of size. But I really didn't care. There are just so many things to see. The lights, the tools, the power, the pots, and of course, the marijuana. What do you guys do for the smell? I noticed there's like a big...
Well, we got this carbon filter here or whatever, and it just kind of filters the air in there, and then it goes underneath the house, and we have it so it goes into like a dog shed. It's like I'm in the beginning stage and I'm learning.
Over here, there's also another room in there. So you have a total of, is it 8 lights?
8 lights, yeah, they go on 12 hours. This one runs 12 hours in the daytime, this one comes on at 8 at night.
Did you say that the majority of the guys you know are just growing to earn some extra money?
Yeah, it's like they have normal jobs, and you know, they're normal 9 to 5 type of guys.
The grower told me he cropped out about every 2 months, and every crop was worth about $20,000. That's $120,000 a year. Even though this was a small grow-up, the numbers didn't seem small at all. If those kind of numbers are coming out of a setup of 8 lights, what kind of numbers are coming out of the big ones? And where do you find them? Well, it would seem just about everywhere. Barges, semi-trucks.
Whether it was for the mobility of it, or whether it was an attempt to disguise the smell of burning marijuana, of growing marijuana, in any event, it's unusual for that reason.
Even in train cars? Yes, it seems as though even our beloved caboose cannot escape grow-up fever. When we read that 20 train cars were buried underground to grow marijuana, busted or not, we had to see this. So we set out. But not before asking our sound man if we could use his SUV, and coaxing him with a little free gas. Where we were going, we would need it. We're in the boondocks, way up here. You wouldn't want to go over that puppy. This is what they brought up diesel fuel to power the generators in, with how much they were growing and how much the generators needed. I mean, that's a full truckload there. And finally, after a few hours on the highway and climbing up the side of a mountain, we get there. We had to go into 4 low just to get up here. And you can see I'm dressed right. I'm in jeans and frickin' sneakers. Fuck. My feet are cold. There's no neighbors. Like, look to the right. There's nobody there. Nobody here, nobody there. I mean, I imagine they're probably laid this way. And then obviously following you, like where you're getting your diesel, where you're getting the tanks, where you buy 10 train carts, where you buy 150 lights. These are diesel pumps. And it looks like there's still diesel leaking in these things here. This is how you got down there. Just want to make sure it's okay to... down here. I feel like I'm going into a cave. Alright, watch your feet there. Not as cold under here. About 8 train carts down that way, I'm guessing. So I can even see to the end, and then 2 deep. Each one is 2 deep. Down here, 2 deep. Down the next one, 2 deep. 3, 4. There's numbers on the wall. And then what they did is they cut them to make doorways, and that's how you have your hallways going into each one. There are water reservoirs here. And you see 1, 2, 3. You're like, okay, that's quite a bit. But then there's this one, and that one, and another one at the end. Look at these things. Like, no wonder the cops just left it. Moving this shit would be a pain in the ass. Yeah, those train cards. I see why they bought them. They got a deal. They're like all rusted and bought them. We could start growing here tomorrow. There's still dirt and fertilizer ready to go. Well, here, who wants a little leftover plant there? Look at this. Let's look at all this wiring right here. You can see the cops have come severed everything.
What are those chains for?
Chains are where they were hanging lights. The reason why these are chains is then they can adjust the height. You know what? Actually, you want to get me to run all the way down to see how far away I am? So I'm going to go to the end here to show you how deep this is. And this was all filled with plants. Whoa. I'm at the end. Now I can hardly see over there. It's just like lights to me. This is how far away, like to give you an idea just how big this is. Oh, it's a trek just to get back to where you guys are. And you're going to see a lot of repetition because here it goes again. Bang. All the way down. When it said in the paper 20, it's got to be 10 long and 2 deep each one, because then you get your 20 carts. Man, I wish we could have seen that while it was still rolling. That is crazy. You wouldn't know there's a law here. Check this out. Cannabis Day. An actual day dedicated to marijuana. And take note, this takes place on one of the busiest high-traffic blocks of BC's largest city, Vancouver. Marijuana? It's everywhere. Consumed and sold in every imaginable way. Pipes, bongs, joints, baked goods. It was hard to imagine that nearly every person attending this event was breaking the law, and yet no one seemed to care. The police were there, but not the bus people.
They held traffic for the band to play for Cannabis Day. Now they went back to their side of the street. Sure, no problem. No problem. Flying with the 5-0.
One of the organizers told me that in all the years this event has taken place, there's never been a violent incident, except once, by a man who's believed to be under the influence of alcohol. We heard there was a jazz festival happening at the same time on the other side of the block. It wasn't doing quite as well, but there was one group doing all right.
Right up there, as you can see, still Cannabis Day going on. But right here, not even a block away, is a church retreat, and they're selling donuts. I was like, well, what do you guys think about the rally? And they're like, we need to pray for them. And I was like, what? You guys are selling food for them, right? And that's, I'm sure they've sold record amounts today, I guess, too. So we'll see. We'll get an interview here shortly, hopefully.
The interview never came. There was so much marijuana, it was unbelievable. I think we almost all got contact highs just from being around the smoke. But I did get a donut. I did purchase some of these on the way out. Those church girls got me. A culture of marijuana has been established in BC. From paraphernalia to cafes, from seed selling to its very own political party, the BC Marijuana Party, even bakers.
Vaudeville cooking show, Baked and Baking, where we're going to revolutionize the cooking show and we're going to let you guys in on the action.
Meet Watermelon Girl. She's made a name for herself as BC's only drug dealing, nudist, comic, pinup, baker. Did I get all that in? She was arrested for selling her cookies down on Wreck Beach. A nude beach. Is this for real?
I'm like the Heidi Fleiss of weed. I tell everybody, like lawyers, doctors, like there's no proverbial yo G, you know, like none of those. Like all professionals come in through my house. You know, a lot of people with money, a lot of people in politics. You don't want to know who comes through here. You know, my mother was a baker and her mother was a baker, and we just bake. So I made these pot cookies and I started selling them. It's hard to ignore such a large demand.
So you got arrested one time on Wreck Beach, right?
Yeah, I've been arrested more than once. Allegedly trafficking ginger snap cookies.
Allegedly trafficking ginger snap cookies. So I'm assuming not regular ginger snap cookies, right? The one with facts. Snap, crackle, pop.
But even the judge is like, uh-huh. You know what I mean? Like he's seen violent crime after violent crime, and then along comes the cookie girl. Cops are supposed to come and remove undesirables from communities, and I clearly was not an undesirable person in my community. Like, somebody else needs cookies. Actually, I just got picked up by the National Speakers Bureau, so I actually go on speaking tour to universities and talk to kids about marijuana.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's like the most genius. I'm like, you want me to talk about marijuana? We're like, okay. And they pay me to do it. Lock up your kids. This is a heinous crime.
So at some point, one might ask oneself, how does an industry of this size function while remaining illegal? Where does the money flow? Who's profiting off of it? Is there really $7 billion floating around the province unaccounted for? Maybe people are feeling the effects and they don't even know it. Turns out there seems to be a system. Some have even given the system a name.
Well, a lot of people here in town and stuff consider it a union, right? Union? Yeah, a union, and you know, it's like a different, it's a different term for pretty much industry.
It's this underground thing where there's so many different tradesmen and different people all working together.
You have to work together with people that you trust because it's illegal to do what people are doing here.
So this is how the so-called union breaks down. And of course, there are many exceptions to this, but this is the typical setup. First, you have a home or landowner. He doesn't take on much responsibility. He is simply the legitimate owner of where the grow operation will take place. All he has to do is pick up a briefcase every 3 months and pay off his mortgage. His hands are clean because he can claim ignorance if the grow operation is busted. Oh, I'm sorry, officer. I didn't know they were growing marijuana there. Then you have his 50-50 partner, the contractor, who will provide the equipment and hire the grower or grow himself. The grower is known as the fall guy. Why the name? Because that's exactly what he is. If the operation is busted, he takes the fall. Once the crop is matured, clippers are then hired. They prep the weed for distribution by cutting away the excess leaves and stems. What a lot of people don't understand is a part of the marijuana plant that people smoke is the bud, which in essence is the plant's flower. It's not the leaves. Clippers are generally hired on an hourly wage starting around $20. Tax-free, of course. Once the marijuana is ready, in steps the weed broker. He's not always required, but sometimes the partner with the equipment needs a broker to buy his product and then sell it for him. In the event that a broker is required, it usually means the weed is headed south to the United States. In that case, the broker will buy the pot for somewhere between $1,800 and $2,000 a pound. He'll then hire a border jumper, a risk taker, someone who has the balls and hopefully the wits to get the product over the border. Some of the most common ways? The border jumper's fee varies with each trip, but they're always well paid. Once the product has reached the broker's U.S. connection, it will earn about $3,000 a pound. The farther south it goes, the more it makes. If it manages to make it all the way out east to areas like New York, the price is driven even higher, somewhere between $3,500 and $6,000 a pound. Stricter laws demand higher prices and in turn provide more profits. In Miami, 7 to 8 pounds of BC bud will trade for 1 kilo of pure yayo. Cocaine. That in turn makes its way back up to Canada. And sells for anywhere from $30,000 to $35,000 a key. If the marijuana manages to stay in the province, it will usually sell for around $1,800 to $2,000 a pound, depending on how flooded the market is. This is just the tip of the iceberg. The union embodies a slew of businesses and services, generating profits both directly and indirectly for the province. Some know they are involved and others choose not to acknowledge the benefits they gain from it. Carpenters build tables, rooms, sheds, and anything else that's needed for a grow show.
Brand new homes are being built expressly for the purpose of housing a marijuana grow operation.
Electricians set up lights, wire the electrical components, divert power if necessary. Hardware stores provide construction materials to build rooms and grow operation structures. Hydroponic stores supply lights, nutrients, soil, and other equipment needed to grow. Seed sellers provide, well, seeds. Clone growers create clones from other marijuana plants to aid in quicker growth cycles. Real estate agencies market houses to growers, unknowingly, but they profit all the same. There are some realtors, though, who are directly involved in the union and will actually cater to growers' needs, finding houses in secluded areas with big basements and power that can be spliced and stolen. Mortgage brokers and lease brokers who help growers with poor credit get the houses they need to start up. Banks who have minimal security to prevent illegal money from being deposited. The way it works now is deposits over $3,000 are sometimes questioned but are left up to the teller to decide whether the deposit is suspicious. If they believe it is, they may put a note on the account. It isn't until a $10,000 deposit that a mandatory FCAC form is filled out and sent away. But it is possible for $9,999 deposits to go through with little question. Oh, you sold some motorbikes. Cool. Oh, you sold your boat. Neat. Thanks for the business. You get the point. Lawyers and law firms provide counseling on how to make grow money legit. They help set up and incorporate LTD companies and holding companies to launder money. They also provide legal counsel to keep busted growers out of jail. The electric company who makes money off of enlarged electric bills due to excess lights. The only time they seem to get involved is when they think someone is stealing the power. Law enforcement receives budgets to fight the cultivation. They create special task forces like the Green Team to specifically target marijuana. Canadians spend $300 to $500 million annually on law enforcement and the justice system to enforce marijuana laws. Police also receive the benefits of seizing growers' and dealers' assets. And last, but definitely not least, everyday businesses. Bars, restaurants, clothing stores, boat dealerships, car dealerships, the money funneled indirectly through various everyday businesses. Growers and dealers like to spend money on everything.
These growers, after they crop out, it's like they won the lottery.
You can tell the ones who are selling it. The more they sell, the more bling bling they have on them.
Do you think they just hold it themselves and tuck it away somewhere? No, they buy houses, they buy cars, they buy boats.
They'll purchase restaurants, they'll purchase, whatever they're into.
Maybe that's why we got busted. We got too carried away.
You can tell yourself you're not going to let it go to your head. But I said the same thing. But when the money comes in so easy, you get accustomed to that lifestyle, and before you know it, you become a steamer, you become a hot rod.
And that's what it comes down to. Yes, organized crime moves a majority of the product once it's available on the market. But there aren't a lot of bikers out there watering plants. It's mom and pop operations. It's young guys who see opportunity.
It's not easy to make that type of money doing anything, especially if you've been going to school for, the past 4 years and you see this random other guy, watering plants in his basement coming out of it with an extreme amount of money.
I'm just saying, you have your degree.
Yeah.
And then you're in the...
Yeah, I made the choice to put that aside and start growing weed. I could be making $33 an hour, which is a great wage, but really, why would I want to do that when I have the knowledge to make in a whole year in 2 months?
What have we learned so far? Well, one, the prohibition hasn't reduced the demand, and it certainly hasn't reduced the supply. Two, it's a steady source of revenue for organized crime, which in turn attracts young people because the money is so easy. And three, being an underground market actually creates crime and violence. And yet, the only one paying the costs for all of this are the taxpayers, people like you and me. Even further, this whole deal is over a drug that seems to pose no more of a threat than the substances we already regulate. At the very least, why isn't this up for debate?
Dwight Eisenhower once spoke of a military-industrial complex. Have we built up a marijuana prohibition complex?
The real war on marijuana didn't start until 1972, and President Nixon said, it's all the Jews smoking pot. And I mean, he really said that.
When Nixon got into this with these war on drugs, he had things that he wanted to do. He had an agenda.
A lot of the information that was kept and warehoused in the Library of Congress and also at major universities was actually recalled and destroyed. The Nixon report that came out through his administration was called the Schaefer Report. It was by a Republican governor, and when he studied it and gave an announcement, you can pick this report up, pick up any page, open it, and if you actually have experience with cannabis, you'll realize they're telling the truth.
And then when it came back saying that marijuana was essentially harmless, he totally ignored it, so we're going to launch a war on drugs anyways.
And even print as many copies that Congress and the House would have been able to say.
1970, beginning of the war on drugs. 76 New Jersey troopers became detectives. I was one of them. They designated 1/3 of us as undercover. I happen to form that 1/3. That's where I spent the next 14 years of my life. What we were targeted on was the pot smokers. There was a very good reason we were targeted on pot smokers. Most of them were protesting against the Vietnam War. Now, if you could arrest that whole group of people because they were smoking pot, you didn't have to have a Vietnam War protest, which Mr. Nixon thought was a pretty good idea.
So when President Nixon declared the civil war that we're living in right now, the drug war, in 1972, it was really a war on marijuana.
It really didn't kick in until the 80s when Reagan, took over his presidency of the U.S.
Ronald Reagan, he said, these young people, they get together, they read books, they smoke marijuana, and they talk. Like these three elements were a recipe for disaster.
How do I feel about legalizing marijuana? Am I for it or against it? I am totally against legalizing marijuana.
And make no mistake, in the U.S. government, the focus of their war on drugs is cannabis. The focus of their rhetoric is cannabis.
It's certainly used as a poster child for all drugs. When you see an ad for drugs, it's always the marijuana leaf that goes up.
It's almost like a religious jihad, more powerful than going for the gusto.
Causes people to think. When people think, they question. They question things like, say, the war in Vietnam, or race separation, blacks and whites, like they did in the 30s in the jazz clubs, or women's rights, or the Gulf War, oil wars.
It's real simple. You put your loafers on, you put your black socks on, you get in your car, you have your briefcase, you say hi to your neighbors, he mows his lawn just like you do, and things keep moving along in the same direction they always have been. That's why marijuana laws exist.
There are, in my opinion, people in government, at all levels of government, who know that it's not a winnable war, and yet they continue to pursue it.
Acceptance of drug use is simply not an option for this administration.
Often we go to debates and it's a police officer debating us. Okay, the police are supposed to enforce the laws. They should not be arguing for or against laws. That's not their job.
Well, what is their job? Is it to enforce laws that exist on the books, or to determine the policy of the laws that are made?
The way to justify the policy is to create a lot of fear and then spend a lot of money combating it. Quite frankly, if you took the using population of all the other illegal drugs combined and you eliminated cannabis from that equation, there wouldn't be a big enough drug problem in either this country or the United States to justify the massive expenditures that go towards fighting the war.
The amazing thing is the small amount of enforcement that is necessary.
$400 million is spent annually in Canada arresting and prosecuting marijuana crimes. The total budget in Canada for all drugs is $500 million. That means 4/5 of the drug budget goes towards arresting and prosecuting marijuana users, leaving 1/5 for crack, heroin, coke, crystal meth, the date rape drug, whatever.
The drug enforcement industry is big business. It's self-perpetuating. It relies on taxpayer dollars.
And so it's an endless battle that the DEA doesn't win. They participate in.
It's like doing a big budget movie, you get $30 million to do a movie, and then
the movie comes out and it doesn't make any money. But someone made $30 million. Every once in a while, they'll show a guy, posing beside a big bunch of marijuana, this is the DEA money at work.
It'd be like asking loggers about saving trees, you know what I mean? This is where their mainstay of their cash flow comes from.
The campaign will continue until every available known plot of marijuana has been eradicated.
We've got to live with it, doing the best job we can. Even if it's a bad job? We're all carrying a pretty impossible load, Miss Gibson.
There are many, many police officers, however, who believe that it ought to be legalized, regulated, and controlled. They see the hypocrisy between our existing laws relating to alcohol and marijuana in their day-to-day life, shift after shift after shift, and they get it. But they don't want to lose their jobs. They don't want to lose that promotion to sergeant or the assignment to detectives. They want to be a chief someday, and they don't want to piss off the people in power.
Judges, lawyers, prosecutors, defense lawyers, prison guards, there's all of those people in the criminal justice industry. Are their interests being protected? Well, in a sense, yes, they are. Defense bar, similarly. We make money. The more things they prohibit, the more money we make.
Sorry I'm late, Kent. I was delayed in court.
You still have large numbers of people being busted for simple possession. If you look at the stats, in terms of drug offenses, the largest group are still simple possession of marijuana.
Every time you blow a marijuana cigarette, you take a chance on blowing your future.
Oh, come on, Pop. All my friends smoke pot. They're not criminals.
Well, because they haven't been caught yet.
If you do drugs, you will be caught. And when you're caught, you will be punished.
750,000 Americans every year are charged with pot possession. That's nearly 1 million people, and whether you go to jail or not, your life is in serious trouble.
And that number of annual arrests for marijuana now rivals the number of arrests for murder, rape, robbery, and aggravated assault combined.
You will never get over a conviction. A conviction will track you every day for the rest of your life. For instance, you remember that guy that used to smoke but didn't inhale? Former President Bill Clinton.
This is not a big issue with me. I never even had a drink of whiskey till I was 22.
Now, if Mr. Clinton handed me that marijuana cigarette when he was standing in a circle with us, it wouldn't have mattered whether he inhaled or not. He would have become a dope dealer, wouldn't he? Just like all those other people that went to jail. Never to be an attorney, much less the President of the United States.
But the marijuana laws protect us. They make our lives safer. They send us the correct moral message.
That's how 19 out of 21 nations have gone down the drain before us. Internal decay. The breakdown of moral, ethical, and religious principles.
If you've been caught, a young person in the U.S., with so much as one marijuana cigarette, you can't get a loan or grant from the government to go to college. If you've been convicted of murdering somebody or raping someone, no problem. You go right down, they'll give you the loan. I guess the message is it's okay to rape and murder and pillage, just don't smoke a joint afterwards.
First thing that John Ashcroft did after 9/11, sent out a strike force to take down the L.A. Cannabis Buyers Co-op. That really helped national security a great deal.
And what else helps national security? Taking down top criminal targets. In 2003, the U.S. government put aside money to do just that. $25 million for the head of Osama bin Laden, $15 million each for the whereabouts of Uday and Qusay Hussein, Saddam's sons, and a $12 million budget to go after one of the most dangerous men of all, this man. Can you tell us what exactly you were charged with?
I was charged with conspiring to sell paraphernalia.
Operation Pipe Dreams was a brainstorm of Attorney General John Ashcroft.
The internet has been illegally utilized to sell these illegal products and to facilitate large illegal businesses operating in the open.
A sting operation that busted people for selling paraphernalia to a particular county in Pennsylvania where they were willing to prosecute.
Because there's 2 states, Pennsylvania and Iowa. Void were prohibited. Well, it was prohibited to send it to Pennsylvania and Iowa.
A man like yourself that is, an established actor, comedian, you're not a criminal. Why do you think they targeted you?
Well, because our movies were #1 rentals in America. What our movies did was really show the hypocrisy of the pot laws. In fact, when I went to jail, they had it in the transcript that our movies have influenced children for 30 years and will continue to do so forever. Therefore, I should go to jail. You got to remember, they were going into Iraq, and they needed some diversion as far as headlines go. And they equated the billion-dollar paraphernalia business with aiding terrorists. This was a legitimate company paying taxes. I was just the face on the bone. They charged me. I had nothing to do with the company. I never shipped anything to anybody.
It wasn't even his company. He just loaned his name to it. 51 people were arrested under Operation Pipe Dreams. Only one person, Tommy Chong, went to jail.
But if I didn't plead, they threatened my son and my wife.
Tommy stands up and volunteers to go to jail. Says, yeah, okay, that's my paraphernalia. Leave my wife and kid alone. He's protecting his family.
What kind of force was used on the day you were arrested?
There's over 20 SWAT team people, visors, automatic weapons, helicopters overhead. They had news trucks, Fox news trucks outside. They had the media on the radio. It was a photo op for everybody. They asked, do I have any drugs? And I said, yeah, I got pot, and they wanted to know where it was, so I told them. They said, well, it's not really a drug bust. I said, well, then what are you doing in my house, Then they said, it's about bongs. We're bringing down all the bong companies in America.
And with Tommy safely behind bars for 9 months, the United States drug war reset its sights, this time across borders. In downtown Vancouver, just outside the U.S. consulate, a bunch of people had gotten together and were having a rally for this guy named Mark Emery. He'd evidently been selling seeds, marijuana seeds, to the wrong people.
Let me tell you, the DEA wants me because I am very good at what I do.
Well, obviously, I'm the most dangerous man alive. Like, really. Like, no wonder I'm facing life imprisonment without parole for something that no one's ever gone to jail for here in Canada. No one's ever gone to jail for seeds, not even for a day.
Mark and 2 of his employees are facing life in prison in the United States. Not Canada, the United States, for selling marijuana seeds over the internet.
The Vancouver police came in here with a warrant for an extradition, but we were taken then to North Fraser Correctional Center of the year 2002. Beautiful facility.
Mark Emery has gotten in the face of the United States.
The U.S. sees Mark Emery as a major political threat to its anti-cannabis agenda.
In a press release from Karen Tandy, head of the DEA, she said that this is not only the end of marijuana trafficking, but it's a blow to the marijuana legalization movement.
I gave just under $4 million away over 11 years to Supreme Court challenges, ballot initiatives, political parties, drug addiction clinics. Well, if you're the DEA, who the hell do you think you're going to go after first and foremost and as viciously as you can do it?
I think they even admitted it themselves when on the day of the raid, the DEA announced, So he's a legalizer. We're shutting down one of the biggest legalizers. The legalization movement won't have a pot of money to draw from. Ha 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 ha.
Mark Emery has never gone to America and sold a seed. He does it all from here by mail order. And it's akin to Canadians ordering, a machine gun from somewhere in America. It's against the law. And if we receive it here in Canada, they come and arrest us for receiving the machine gun. They don't go to America and say to Colt, hi, we're arresting you because you sent a machine gun to someone in Canada.
No one's been sentenced to any time in jail in the history of Canada in 35 years. We've had this law. 2 people, me and Ian Hunter and Victoria, were fined.
There's all sorts of seed businesses still open. Mark's the only one out of about 50 retail cannabis seed businesses in Canada that's been charged.
Mark has been paying the Canadian federal government taxes on income he has made from selling seeds.
The government relied on the existence of these internet seed sellers so that patients who had qualified for medical marijuana exemptions, who were bugging them for seed, were being directed to these internet seeds, and Mark Emery specifically in some cases is the place to get their seed.
It puts Canada and our government in a very difficult position because they've either got to hand over a Canadian citizen to a foreign government for activities that were entirely done in Canada, for which our own government, our own police are not willing to charge him.
If the Canadian authorities who rubber stamp this shit think that what I've done is so bad, then charge me. I should be tried by a jury of my peers. I'm not about to be tried by my peers at all. I'm about to be tried by foreigners.
At 420, a time synonymous with smoking marijuana, everyone lit up. And for those who didn't have marijuana to light up, again the police were close by, and again they didn't seem to care. One officer mentioned she was bothered by the smell of the smoke. It was kind of confusing. How could we be sending Mark Emery to prison for life in the United States if even our own police aren't finding it worth their while to bust people smoking it right in front of them? That's not the only thing that's confusing.
The marijuana that's consumed in the United States, how much comes from Canada?
I don't know much about Canada. I don't either.
Maybe 20%?
I'll go with 35.
35%?
And a quarter.
50%. 50? 50%. I would say about 60%. 60%? 70%. Yeah, 70, 80%.
At least 80% of it.
Ooh. I don't think it's all that much.
Most of it is here.
We're getting the drug czar saying, BC bud. This was when some of the people in Canada were trying to get marijuana legalized. John Walters went up there and said, what you're talking about is passing a law that will allow you to export poison to my country. When we talk about poison, exporting poison, what do we export to Canada? Cigarettes. 430,000 people die in the United States every year from ingesting cigarettes. 5 million around the world. So who's exporting the poison here?
Of the 6 million people who could benefit from treatment and need it in the United States today, 60% are dependent on marijuana. They invited me. I'm sorry.
I wasn't sure who invited him and why he came here yet again. He's been here before.
He needs to shake his head. So how about him shutting down the cocaine that's coming across the border? How about him shutting down the guns? Sometimes you feel like you've stepped into Alice in Wonderland. You've gone through the looking glass.
In fact, more Colombians die from U.S. tobacco than Americans die from Colombian coca products. So what's the drug war really about? Because if you don't want American tobacco in your country, America will go to war in a trade sense with your country.
You have Canada engage in cannabis policy reform and taxing and regulating cannabis, and all the scare stories haven't come true. You have an awfully hard time sustaining your own domestic policies.
What do you think would happen between Canada and the U.S. if Canada were to legalize marijuana? There's been rumors that, they're like, we'll shut down the border.
I don't think so. I've heard that too, but then my question is, would you want LA, in the dark and thirsty? If you do that, then we're not going to ship oil, we're not going to ship water, we're not going to ship electricity. It's not going to happen. We're too important to each other.
Softwood lumber people going to stop doing business. The fishing guys going to stop doing business. Are the people who manufacture stuff back and forth across the border going to stop doing business because pot's legal here?
Business interests aren't going to sit still for losing millions of dollars a day because of border wait times simply because Canada takes a different domestic social policy on cannabis.
Yes, business interests. Sometimes they just seem to pop up. And every so often in the most unlikely of places.
We have seen an explosion in prison construction that lags only slightly behind the explosion in incarceration.
There are more people in jail in America now than ever before.
In the United States, it's one of the fastest growing industries.
Some major investment companies at one time described private prisons as one of the best investments you could make.
So you can make more money building prisons than any other type of investment.
They're extraordinarily expensive to build. They're even far more expensive to operate and maintain.
Right now in the United States of America, the biggest growth industry is the privatized prison complex.
Japan, for instance, incarcerates at 38 people per 100,000 population. The United States incarcerates at a rate of 726 people per 100,000 population. In a 20-year period, the prison population in the United States quadrupled.
We have just shy of 5% of the world's population and almost 25% of its prisoners.
Even South Africa, at its worst, didn't have as many prisoners per capita as America has now.
Texas just built 77 prisons in about the last 20 years.
We find state treasuries on the verge of bankruptcy as a result of prison construction.
Some think there won't be room for them in jail. We'll make room. We're almost doubling prison space. Some think there aren't enough prosecutors. We'll hire them, with the largest increase in federal prosecutors in history.
In the late 80s, there were about 5 privately run prisons in the United States. By 2005, that number reached over 260.
As soon as you've accumulated a certain amount of capital from building prisons, you can start investing that in ensuring job security, ensuring there'll always be more prisoners around to require more prisons.
We have private prisons? What the fuck is that? How did that happen? How can you profit over people going to jail? That's scary. That's a bad, bad sign. Our society is in deep, deep, deep trouble if nobody's looking into that.
Correctional guard unions have become powerful lobbying groups, pushing for longer sentences on less serious crimes. California's has become one of the most powerful in the state. The California Department of Corrections budget rose from $923 million in 1985 to $5.7 billion in 2004. Between 1977 and 1999, overall local and state spending on corrections across the country grew 946%, almost 2.5 times the rate in which spending on education increased. And prisons aren't the only thing money is being spent on.
There are millions of drug tests per year. There's money to be made on that. It's huge.
It started off with people saying, we really need to test people in dangerous occupations. Things like police officers should be tested, pilots in airplanes. Then somebody said, well, our athletes, we should probably test them for drugs too. Then somebody came along and said, well, it's not just the professional athletes. How about the athletes in colleges and high schools? They need to be tested too. And then they thought a little harder and they said, well, suppose we just test everybody that goes out for an extracurricular activity. That should be constitutional because they don't have to do that, you know. So now if you want to join the chess club at school or the French club, you got to pee in a bottle. Now they're pushing to make laws to test all children at school. All the studies show this doesn't have anything to do with whether kids use drugs or not. So it looks to me like this has a lot more to do with the money that's being made for drug testing. Can you imagine how much money will be involved if we can randomly test every child in school?
A lot of these places that have been urine testing have refused to continue to do it because the only thing that these urine tests are finding is marijuana. The other drugs that people take dissipate from their systems fast enough to not be found.
If they smoke a marijuana cigarette, 28 days later, if they pee in a bottle, they're going to show that they've had a drug. But if they use a hard drug, heroin, cocaine, methamphetamine. In a long weekend, nobody can tell that they've used that drug. So what does that say to our young people? It says if you don't want to get caught, don't use the soft drugs, use the hard drugs.
It's not just urine anymore, it's hair and saliva. They'll do blood testing. There's industry there. This is money. They're not doing it for free.
The most profitable industry in the United States is pharmaceutical.
Dollars involved is just staggering.
Could it really be? Has medicine really become that profitable? The fact is it has. In 2005, U.S. prescription drug sales rose 5.4% to $251 billion. And global pharmaceutical sales rose 7% to $602 billion.
Now, why would pharmaceuticals be threatened by a plant? The answer may be as simple as one word: natural. Because a significant amount of research to date has confirmed or suggested that marijuana in its natural state is still the most effective form. Can you imagine a world where you or I wouldn't have to pay for certain medicines?
After dealing with about 10,000 patients over the last 15 years, I would say that over 200 different medical conditions respond favorably to cannabis.
It appears to have benefits that we never ever knew about.
Glaucoma,
epilepsy, muscular dystrophy,
arthritis,
multiple sclerosis,
wasting syndrome,
nausea, chronic pain,
depression, anxiety, hepatitis C, cancer,
chemo,
AIDS patients.
Is there a product out there today that provides as many medical benefits as cannabis?
No.
It remains an unutilized major resource.
The way to riches in the pharmaceutical industry is to have a drug which can be patented.
Cannabis is problematic right from the start because it's a multi-molecule drug.
In 1930, it wasn't possible to patent plants, and that's the reason that pharma never picked up on this, because by synthesizing and owning compounds, that's where the profit motive comes into the pharmaceutical industry.
The patent in the United States lasts for 20 years. Well, you can charge whatever you want at that time, and that's where you make the killing.
There's no money to be made off natural plants. If you can use a natural medicine that you can grow in your own home, which costs pennies to use, you're going to do that.
You need water and dirt. Not only that, you have that plant forever.
Prime motivation behind any drug company is to make money, and as much money as possible.
They're corporations, and corporations, everybody knows that it's like that diffusion of responsibility thing. There's so many people working for corporations that they lose their humanity.
So those are potential customers for these pharmaceutical companies that are not there if they're using a natural plant.
It's unlimited. You grow more, you get more medicine. Pharmaceutical companies don't want you growing your own medicine.
The government supported a small drug company by the name of Unimed to take a synthetic THC, tetrahydrocannabinol, and to put it into capsules to be used as a oral medicine. This became Marinol. This THC in Marinol is exactly the same 21 carbon molecule that's in herbal marijuana.
But it's not the same as medical marijuana. It's not a crude mixture of things, and there's no guarantee that you get the same results. You can make a synthetic delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol in a test tube. It'll have exactly the same number of atoms and the same arrangement. But how in the test tube can you put the electron spins together, the subatomic quarks and quarks, if you like, of that compound in the same way that a biological enzyme system will put it together? It can't happen. In the case of a synthetic compound, if it's only an ingredient from the cannabis, they can formulate that as a drug and make a lot more money out of it.
We're confused that if, you keep hearing that there's no scientific proof to medicinal benefits of marijuana, why are there drugs like Marinol on the market?
Why do they even exist?
Well, that's part of this double talk about it. If we take and change it a little bit so you believe it isn't marijuana, then it's okay. It's a great medicine.
They're trying to make marijuana into medicine because it is medicine.
Why did the government actually grow marijuana? I mean, the government has had marijuana programs that existed since the 70s.
It's impossible for me to believe that the government even believes their own propaganda. What I do believe is this, that you can fool some of the people some of the time, and they're doing an excellent job of that.
And for all the claims of these drugs being a more viable medicine because there's no high, we check some of the side effects. For Marinol, dizziness, feelings of exaggerated happiness, drowsiness. Last time I checked, those were signs of getting high. If it is indeed side effects of marijuana that are preventing the pharmaceutical world from accepting marijuana as viable medicine, then they better start paying more attention to the products they've been marketing for years. Every year, prescription medicines kill over 100,000 people.
The pharmaceutical industry has been excellent at convincing the public that they need their potions. If you watch any kind of commercial for drugs, they're always using the third person. For example, where does a headache come from? It comes from out there somewhere.
Don't sell the steak, sell the sizzle. How many people in this country alone are addicted to antidepressants? How many people who are on antidepressants really have imbalances, and how many of them just got off of a bad relationship and they're depressed?
It seems to be acceptable to give people something as long as you're wearing a white smock or you're given the legal prescription. It doesn't matter how deadly the particular drug might be in terms of side effects.
What we call modernist medicine is actually the alternative medicine because it's highly experimental, it's often dangerous, often toxic, and it kills a lot of people.
To me, it's crazy. There's a lot of stuff out there that affect you in different ways.
Look, aspirin, heroin, both invented by Bayer.
I thought heroin came from opium seeds. And
Just
was
natural effect of opium, you keep making it more and more concentrated? No, you have to add certain chemicals to it and tweak it a certain way. It doesn't just come from opium itself.
What was heroin made for?
As a cure for morphine addiction and coughs. Heroin, the sedative for coughs.
Pseudoephedrine. That's the main ingredient in methamphetamine, is to cure the cough. They're cold. If you get a cold, oh, I think I'll do some meth.
When you look at it from a large perspective, like, what's weed?
Even Francis Young, the DEA's own judge, who took medical testimony for over 2 weeks, made this statement. Marijuana, in its natural form, is one of the safest, therapeutically active substances known to man. Yet, despite this, and the ever-mounting number of real-world patient success stories, cannabis remains listed as a Schedule I narcotic. Under that category, marijuana is classified as having no known medical value.
I have multiple sclerosis.
When we first met Greg, his shaking was so severe, he informed us that he would need a few puffs of marijuana in order to participate in the interview. The difference was night and day. What do you say to those that say marijuana needs to be tested and regulated and have the high taken out for pharmaceutical companies to consider it a valuable medicine?
That's a pretty, and I only mean this as a measurement, as to how much it is actually a pathetic thing to say. I mean, just look at me. Is it not blatantly obvious that I have just enjoyed however many tokes? I look at me.
Greg has been using marijuana for years and stated to us that he's never experienced any negative effects.
I'm never. I need my marijuana. That's stupid. It takes away my discomfort, let's call it. It does enhance my very being.
Where do you think you'd be if you didn't get to smoke it, like dealing with your pain?
I would have found a way.
How does the training and education of medical doctors today work against the acceptance of prescribing marijuana as medicine?
Well, it works against them because they're brought right from the beginning, right into the fold of the pharmaceutical industry. We're reading journals, they're reading these advertisements, or they're reading papers on drugs that were financed by the drug companies, or they're being seduced by the companies. Fancy dinners, a trip for a weekend, would you like to have 18 rounds of golf? And some of them get outright money from the drug companies.
I've met doctors who said when they first came out of medical school, they didn't know what to do. It was really overwhelming. They had live patients in front of them who needed help. They were very happy to have representatives tell them what medicines would be best for their patients.
So doctors have a bias toward the products of pharmaceutical industries. They do not readily accept the idea that a simple plant or herb may be useful.
I don't know if they think it's hocus pocus. I just think they don't feel that there's the kind of testing that they're used to.
That's the problem we have. What I try to impress upon these people is we're trying to put the science into it, and yet some people are very resistant to even attempts to do that. All of the funding is coming directly or indirectly from the drug companies, and these people, obviously, for obvious reasons, are determining the agendas.
Now think of the lobbying potential behind the most profitable industry in the United States. Think of the power. And do they get their way? Why can't we explore its medicinal potential? Why can't we use it to make more products? To myself and people involved in this business, it stopped making sense a long time ago.
The common response is really the medical marijuana is a stalking horse for legalizing it. And so what? What do they want?
We should be making use of this plant. And really, that's all I can say. The restriction and prohibition is all, in my mind, just stupidity. And I don't condone stupidity.
And that's a problem. How do politicians, after years of promoting claims of marijuana's harms, pushing for larger drug war budgets, constructing political platforms based on a stance that vilifies marijuana, and being lobbied by big business. How do these same politicians now reverse their stance?
What politician can come before their constituents today and say marijuana should be decriminalized when yesterday they said it was evil and dangerous? Their constituents are going to want to know why you changed your mind. Were you lying to us or were you stupid? Either way, you're not getting elected next time.
Whoops, we made a mistake. You 17 million people should not have been arrested. Some of you jailed, some of you fined, some of you lost the handle on your career.
One way to bypass this problem in the face of ever-growing empirical evidence is to divert attention. Add a word. Medicinal. Put the word medicinal in front of marijuana, and you are now talking about something completely different if you're a politician. Why is there a perception that healthy people are affected differently and unable to fend off the detrimental consequences, whereas a person with a lowered immune system or terminal illness seems to experience none of these effects?
Some people go home at the end of the day and they drink to kind of wash away the day, you know, just like, that was a hard day, I need a few drinks, relax, kick back. So is that relieving pain? Maybe. Or is it pursuing pleasure? I don't know. So if you think about this in the context of cannabis, it also has relevance. The government's a lot more likely to forgive cannabis use if it's for relief from pain. If it's in pursuit of pleasure, that's a problem. And I think that points to something about our culture that's a little bit odd.
What works for one doesn't necessarily work for another. The father-son confrontation.
Mom smokes like a chimney. And you have a drink every day and smoke too.
It's not the same.
Why not? You can get cancer. Your liver can rot away.
They believe today, and I'm disappointed in the media, that it hasn't brought this information, this new information to the people of this country more than it has. They believe that marijuana could well turn out to be the most dangerous drug that is in use in our country today.
If you're a politician, you can get elected on a get tough on crime platform. We're going to lock up all the marijuana cultivators for a long time because you're preying on the fears of the public.
Spokesmen for giant special interest groups, whether those special interest groups be law enforcement, or whether they're private prisons, or whether they're pharmaceutical companies, or whether they're oil companies. We have spokesmen for gigantic corporations that are trying to calm us and get us to press the right button in the voting booth.
Everybody that gets in has their own agenda. They're beholden to their own lobbyists, so they don't go in and check the work of anybody before them. That's not their job, because God forbid somebody come in there and check what they do afterwards.
I understand why politicians may be reluctant to act on their principles, but our politicians need to read their own polls, because this is one of those cases, and it happens a lot in life, where the people are ahead of their leaders.
HempFest, the largest event for cannabis in the world, a showcase of modern-day hemp. Sure, they used this stuff 70 years ago, but what good is hemp in a world like today? A world that appears to have everything it needs.
It opens a whole new market. It opens a whole new market on every level.
You can harvest out the seeds, you can harvest out the inner pulp and the end of long stem fibers.
The fiber itself is the strongest natural fiber in the world.
All the clothes I'm wearing today for this interview are hemp. All the clothes I actually always wear are made out of hemp. And so since probably '94 when I realized I could buy clothes made out of organic fibers that lasted longer than cotton.
You can eat hemp seeds, and it contains all the essential amino acids and fatty acids. It makes fuel. You can make biodiesel out of it.
Hemp is an excellent source for biofuel.
When you grow hemp for fuel, every crop unleashes a huge amount of oxygen into the environment. In fact, the same amount of oxygen that you lose when you burn it off, you gain back. So it's a closed cycle, ending the greenhouse effect.
There are so many hundreds of strains of industrial hemp that you can grow hemp almost anywhere in the world. Not everywhere in the world, but almost everywhere in the world. So just that alone makes it a resource for fuel.
That is the solution, is to stop using fossil fuels and nuclear energy. Stop using them entirely. And using wind and wave and sun more, and these biofuels.
People will get it, especially as the gas prices go up. It's the highest quality paper there is. I mean, it's archival quality. The words tree-free paper don't make sense to people. Hemp paper that you find in the museums that are hundreds of years old haven't even yellowed. To supplement the wood, we could solve the deforestation problem.
Why isn't it cost effective to use hemp versus the forest industry right now?
The simple answer is because you can't grow the hemp in the United States.
As far as human beings are concerned, it's probably one of the most useful plants ever, if not the most useful plant ever, and it's illegal.
Industrial hemp is not a drug, though it is of the same species as marijuana. It is a completely different variety of plant, similar to comparing a chihuahua with a St. Bernard.
You can't get high from industrial hemp, but you can get high from marijuana. This is the only industrialized country in the world that doesn't grow industrial hemp. I mean, think how crazy it is that we can eat the product, we can sell the product, we can wear the product, we can export the product, import it, manufacture it, everything, but grow it? We can't grow this thing? It's criminal.
And there you have it. After 2 years of research, Our quest for answers has only left us with more questions. And the only thing that really seems to make sense is that none of it makes any sense.
It's a weird thing that you do when you make nature against the law.
We're worried about things going extinct, and yet the policy on the most useful plants in the world is that they should all be eliminated and driven to extinction.
Absolutely, they should still be concerned about youngsters using it. But we're concerned about youngsters using alcohol, tobacco, driving automobile, whatever. But that it should be the kind of prohibition that it is now, rather than regulation, it cannot be sustained in a rational society.
I believe it would be more ignorant of me to listen to somebody who's trying to oppress me than it would be to just ignore the ignorant and go on with what I think is right. Even now, this interview is being conducted. I smoke pot all morning. This is what I look like high.
There's a great quote that life is a tragedy to those who feel and a comedy to those who think. And if you are a thinker and you look at the marijuana situation and you're not laughing, you're fucking dumb.
Do you think marijuana will ever be legalized in Canada or the United States?
Yes. I don't know about the United States, but it will be legalized in Canada. I won't be alive to see it.
I used to believe it was right around the corner back in the 1970s.
Check out the gray hair. I confess to being 61. I believe it will happen. I didn't used to. As recently as 2 or 3 years ago, I was convinced it was not going to happen in my lifetime.
I wish you didn't ask me that question, but I would say I think it will be.
It's always a possibility. It's, you know, there can be breakthroughs to reason.
All we have to do to end it is get 50% of Congress plus one human being to say it's over, and it's over.
There's a movement in this country, and some people have more faith in it than I do. Maybe from hosting Fear Factor all those years, I've lost my faith in human beings and their intelligence.
I think it's inevitable. I believe that the truth will set us free, and I think the truth is infectious, and I think that while cannabis per se is not addictive, learning about it quickly becomes.
When I published Marijuana Reconsidered, I, in the last chapter, predicted that once people understood these things about marijuana, the prohibition would be gone. It would be gone in 10 years. Carl Sagan, who was a very good friend of mine, read the manuscript and he said, Lester, you're so pessimistic. 10 years? You know, well, here we are, 45 years later, and nothing has happened. Nonetheless, it can't help but happen. I mean, you can't sustain a lie like that forever.